Hey guys, let's talk about the game of Total War 3 Kingdoms. 190 expanded, the greatest mod ever. Alright, we're here against the Duchy of Wei. They, long our vassal state, have recently elected to turn on us just 1 year ago, and now they are attacking Liu Xie, Guardian of the People, Huang, and everyone's favorite, Cao Cao, the Deadly Beauty. But what we're gonna do is save again, even though we definitely were already saved here, and get to it. Now, we are defending a place with nice, narrow entryways, and we have an Imperial army. We have Liu Xie and Huang. They've got guys, they've got gold weapons out the wazoo. I think somebody here has stolen Zhao Yun's weapon, maybe. Or maybe it was somebody else's. No, actually, I think it was somebody else's. But we're going to combine our strength to a singular purpose today. And here, you know, we have good visibility, because what we'll want to do, right? So there's no real... They got one thing of spears this way, so we'll probably go out to punch them there, and Li Jian is not in too great a shape. Gongsu Mo has the Ancestral Pledge here, which we would like to get a hold of. But it's Sai Hong that we want, right? That's who we want. Where is he? Alright, so we need the G infantry just like to be up here and fight, I think. I think that's true, you know, just, you know, you guys just show up and do something, right? And, you know, your small amount of archers can hang out here, and then we will... Oh yeah, because we can just... Oh no, it's Vanguard there. Because most of the reinforcements coming from this way, so this is where we want to be strongest, right? And then, if they don't want to go in here, they're going to have to rotate all the way over there. There's only 4 points of entry here, right? And it's not a victory point map, so even if they take the capture point, that'll just lower our morale some. But I've got plans to reduce their morale. Oh, yes I do. Alright, so Xu Hong is going to go over here and try to pick a fight. We could just duel him and beat the brakes off of him, right? Yeah, I mean, why not? We'll just duel him. Alright, and here we just want these guys to be here, and, you know, just to hold the line. And, you know, to get shot at a little bit. That's also what we want. We got Azure Dragons and Red Cav this way, so this is exactly where we want to be fighting. And again, their reinforcements coming from that side is going to be very nice. Hopefully we'll be able to sort things out over here. We don't need more than the one unit there. If we put... The axes need to be held in reserve, because that'll be more important for the later fight. They're not armored. And these units always need another one. The Imperial Sword Guard have 94% melee evasion, which is pretty good. We'll just have them over here, and they can both reposition later, if that's what it ends up being. Now, they do have fire arrows. We're probably not going to be able to stop them from using them. But Xu Hong's a little tuned up. Cao Cao will be able to help out with that. And without further planning, let's get right to it. Because Huang has crazy stats, right? And if we can just... If we can just get one duel with somebody here who's feeling ginky, feeling ready to jump. Someone who wants to brawl. Not Yu Chen. It's a whole different guy. Alright, we're gonna go this way. Oh, Gong Sumo's actually got a pretty nice bow. Well, that's not so good. Well, we don't want to let him trade with Cao Cao in here, so we're just going to pull back here. And here, rather than stay out behind the walls, right, this is going to behoove us to just dive. Oh, Cao Hong was over here. I thought he was on this side. They fooled me. Well, you know, this is okay as a feint. We'll go over here with Xu Huang and try to deal. Couldn't see his retinue. You know, they really fooled me. Fortunately, we've got our people on the side here, and we're just going to be able to get our cav inside before they get too damaged from this. And the gate guards get to go back. Ooh, and Xu Huang is here, and now... Well, if you don't want a duel, we'll bring the duel to you. That's the champion we're looking for there. And on this front, they are still dithering, so we're going to dismount here as well with Liu Xun. And we are going to absolutely maul them, right? That's what's going to happen. We are going to beat him down. We're going to run on in. Hit him with the Fist of the Righteous. He's gone, and now this dude's a little mad about it. But it looks like... Ooh. Cao Zhu is now going to be a little bit of a something to worry about. Alright, we need to get... Our cavalry got too beat up there. That was not to our benefit. And oh my goodness. Alright, so all the cavalry. We have wasted all the cavalry. And we don't have any Imperial units here to help. Yeah, there we go. Well, fortunately, they have not made an advance here. Oh, they, oh, man. Xian with the ballistic rain onto our Imperial gate guards. That's rough work. We're gonna shoot at that guy. Fortunately, though, here, we're gonna get back on our horses because we have totally won on this side. Alright, is Xu Huang back on his horse yet? Yes, good, because he has to get over here, like, pronto. These towers are going down. Alright, they are not going to this side. We need to get over this way. Alright, Liu Xun is going to stay here and fight. That's, it's because that's what I want him to do, not just because that's what's happening. And these archers are fine. These cav need to go over here to back us up in the event of a brawl. And these guys, they're going to stay there because... We don't know that what they might... Oh, man, another ballistic rain. Jeez. You know, You know, at least we know they only have 4 of them, right? So that's going to deal, like, a lot of work. That's rough, but hey, you get what you get. Nobody wants to duel. It's time for us to get on foot and fight. And here we actually need to pull these guys just inside. Alright, and here Zhu Hong just needs to run back a little bit here as their horsemen are trying to come in. Our guards will come in, and Zhu Hong, it's all on your back here now. Let's block them, and let's go for their champion here. Gong Sun Mo gets beat down by Zhu Hong. Oh man, does he ever just get beat down by him. After that, it'll be time to turn our focus to Zhao Zhu, as our gate guards are very much falling down under the onslaught, though. And on this front, you know, we're not doing so hot either. Are we back on our horse? Because we need to get over here. Yes, we are back on our horse. Okay, and on this side, well, you know, at the very least, they won't be able to do too much from that front. And these guys, you know, it's all about this, right? Jiao Chen, get out of there, you crazy, beautiful girl. Not you. Zhao Zhu is now out of the fight, and now it's time to move on to Yu Xin. What greater warrior than Zhu Hong this day, right? And then we're going to hit him with a roar, which may not affect him much, because I think they are about to start getting out a little bit here. But if we... Boom. And there we see that she tries to ballistic rain Luo Jun. You know, good for her, but Zhu Huang, having slain all of the others, now turns his attention to the last remaining general, and she won't be long for this world either. Beats her down. And from the other side, the Imperial troops streaming in to hold the line. Fear not, for Luo Jun is here, and the cavalry as well. Because as these Imperial guards get inside, and on this front, ooh, they are getting in a little bit. Alright, Dao Chen needs to stay here to help, question mark? Yes. We're going to pull the cavalry in here out of the front, as they are the ones capable of running. And with these Imperial showing up for the center again, you know, we'll be totally fine. Our loss was never in doubt. I was surprised by the power of the ballistic rain, right? But now we've got it. We've got it figured out. We've got it down to a science. We keep interrupting the ability. We want to use Zhu Huang. What a freaking champion, right? This dude beat down like 4 or 5 people. At least a few of them had golden weapons. Just absolutely brutal. And Dao Chen here wants to take a shot at the Zhanbei lady, but we are actually getting hurt a bit ourselves here, so let's stop doing that. I think she was getting burned, maybe. Oh, these guys are in spear wall, that's why they're so slow. Run over this way. Oh no, Dao Chen's been defeated. Well, that was not smart for y'all. It made our 2 bros flip out with anger. I don't think she was hurt or anything, you know, before this, but yeah, that gives her She damsels it up. They get totally healed, and a devastating victory for the forces of truth and righteousness. And these guys are really going to be sorry. A heroic victory indeed. So this is you have to dismount. That's the lesson in things like this. Like, if you dismount, you'll be able to get gigantic amounts of damage against your enemies, right? Especially generals. See, you use the horse to run over the infantry, but when it comes to a general being on foot, you do damage, I don't know, 3 or 4 times faster. It's really nutty. And that gets that done. Kung Sun Mo. The Emperor has decreed the death of people here unless we have a reason to spare them, a specific personal reason. Also, you have a gold weapon. Xian, you are... You know, was a terror on the battlefield, but, you know, it's too late. You know, we don't really know you. I would love to get you on my side. You look awesome, but the Emperor has had it with Cao Cao. He has absolutely had it with him. And, oh, they're back for more. Well, okay, oh, this is a whole different army that's fresh. Well, okay. Now, Jiao Chen's not on the battlefield this time. That's too bad. Well. Alright. It is time to try to defend it again. Well, fortunately, the Oathsworn brothers are in totally fine shape. Unfortunately, Jiao Chen got injured. It would have been very nice to have her on the battlefield. Now, our Royal Guard is totally fresh, the cavalry is totally not. And we've got enough to stand up, maybe. Rough stuff, right?
我等当如禁竹，不惧风雨，勇往直前。让这些狗贼尝尝怒火。 够了，不想开战就引起。
Because we did get beat up very badly that time, and that's rough. Now, they don't have fire arrows here this time, I don't think. Niu Fu, how could you? Yeah, they don't have fire arrows here that I see anyway. Man, if I thought there was going to be another fight right after that fight, I might have been more careful. I mean, I wouldn't have been. I'm not actually capable of being more careful. I'm not that kind of guy. But anyway, man, we are beat up, huh? Well, let's see what we can do. Do we put all of the archers on one space? I mean, I think so, right? Because this is where the reinforcements are going to come in. Such as they are, but that'll be something to shoot at. Alright, well, we'll have to try to hold here. And then Huang will hold there, and our towers are back up again at least. And we're going to challenge Xiahou Yuan to a duel. Hopefully he'll say yes. He doesn't want to duel. That is pretty bad for us. It'd be a lot better if he would. Alright, do we want to get over this way? Have we fallen into a trap? No. We actually need to stay over here for when Xiahou Yuan arrives, because he's got really, really big damage, so we don't need him to be uninterrupted. Here, it doesn't look like they have a hero on this side, which is just fine with me. Oh, the White Horse Raiders are just getting shot up. Great. And we fly on in and get a nice hit on him. Huang, with his very massive acceleration, can get... Oh my goodness, Cao Ren! Oh, he's got stock! Oh, and I'm a fool! I think we're gonna lose. I think we're gonna lose this. I mean, probably. We didn't play nearly well enough the first time, but that doesn't mean it's definitely gonna happen. These gate guards are getting just torn to shreds by the archery fire. We need to get on that then. Can't live like this, and then we're just gonna see if we can get this pop on Xiahou Yuan, because that is what we have to do. And it looks like it is indeed working. I mean, perfectly. We beat the brakes off of this fool, and he's gone. But now we gotta look at the rest of the map here. We're not worried about Liu Xie as such. Oh, Niafu has come forward to fight and die. Alright. Huang, having totally beaten down... See, the thing is on foot, too, they're really good at beating up cavalry and such. But here, we just need to finish off these saber calves so that we can rotate our guard away on this front. Because on... Oh my goodness, Cao Ren is just deleting everybody over here. Alright, maybe the cav support there will work. Huang, I can't leave here though, because if we let this side crumble, it's all torn. Alright. Liu Xie gets the hamstring on Niafu. And the hit here, but they're totally gonna get inside, huh? But now Cao Ren has got piled on by the cavalry. And with them running away on this front now, I think it's time to get back on our horse. So that we can go to the other side, and now Liu Xie can handle business on this front. I hope, because, yeah, no, the cavalry needs to get over here, because if the Royal Guard get jumped on, then what's left of us, right? But on this front, at least, we have become victorious. But, oh no, get on your horse, Huang, get on your horse. Oh, goodness gracious. Fortunately, all their generals are running. Unfortunately, of course, we are stuck in here with their heavy cavalry, and they are about to be upon our crossbows, but they aren't there yet. Get on your horse, buddy. Just please get on your horse. Alright, there we go. The Imperial Gate Guard's there, too proud to run. And we're getting these cavalry down here. And the Royal Guard, importantly, did not get dived on. They're still fine. And I think we're gonna get it. Now here, we're just going to go shield wall. No, we're just going to, yeah, shield wall there. And then, because we don't need to go out to fight these guys, we'll just wait. And we'll pull the guard back here. Huang needs to run up this way to help out. But yeah, we totally got this. These fools, they made me think I was gonna lose. Because on this front, it looks like, yes, we absolutely win that fight there. And now, you know, with Chen here, it would have been even easier. As she would have given us the healing and the joy along the way. But then here, after the roar, hit a dodge there. And now, you know, with Huang on horseback and Liu Xie on foot, they can't do anything, and then we're just gonna sit here and tank these Onyx Dragon shots. Hey, Chase, how's it going? Speaking of sea life worlds, I've been playing this game called Another Crab's Life recently. It's very fun. I like it a lot. And here, Cao Cao, some champion, comes in. You know, the Cao family sent army after army to us. These traitors. These scoundrels. And look at them now. Running. Oh, they will need to run far indeed to escape the calumny attached to them from their actions. And the actions of their leader. How dare they? How very dare they? A heroic victory. We've got a lot of heroic victories adding up. But yeah, you're a little crab, and then it's like a Souls-like, but your armor is like, because your shell gets taken by a loan shark. I know, at the beginning, so you get like a trash, like a can over you, or like a teacup, or like a coconut, or a tennis ball, or a banana peel, or whatever, and that's your armor, and you hide underneath it and stuff, and then you hit people with your fork. It's great fun. Niu Fu, you're like Dong Li's husband? You really shouldn't be fighting with Cao Cao, and I think she'll be fine with me getting rid of you, actually. Yeah, this is Dong Li's husband. We're gonna say she didn't like him much. Cao Ren, you know, I personally like you, buddy. I do. But Liu Xie considers you a rival, and you're the Cao, and the Blue Blade would go real nice with one of my new family members. You chose the wrong time, buddy. I feel like I've already released you before anyway. The Cao family loses many loyal retainers that day. They knew what they were getting into when they rebelled against the Emperor. And if they didn't know, well, if you don't know now, you know, Cao Cao, now you know. Did you really think, with the death of Liu Chong, that the Emperor was weak? The beloved Imperial uncle, though his loss will always be felt, was not the reason why the Han stood. He was the reason why it started standing again. Why does it stand, you might wonder? Well, it's got the mandate of heaven. It's because the people are fed, and there are not that many natural disasters, and the rebels are put down. See, very in this game, indeed. Yeah, you know, this is my favorite playthrough I've ever done of it. I'm reading the book right now, and Cao Cao, the guy that we're fighting against, in history, was very successful. And he like won this era, basically. His family did. It all fell apart like very shortly afterward, but he did super well for himself. And in doing so, you know, he was a bit of a villain, right? Especially in the book. So, you know, it's just nice to get some licks in on him, considering, like, that he, you know, he defeats a bunch of people that I like. But no, we've been on this campaign for a few weeks now, but I really love it, and I'm super into it. Because I'm reading the book, you know, it's so much easier to see, you know, the speeches out of these guys' mouths, you know, it's so much easier to feel, you know, properly outraged when someone goes against us, when all we've ever done is do a perfect job, you know. Cao Long has a child. Now, Cao Long is a member of our faction. This is Cao Cao's kid, but he is not on the chopping block. The Emperor's not like that. And he married, you know, a match that we made for them and came to the court as a hostage. And he's been good ever since, but we're not making him go fight his pops, you know. He's here guarding the Yellow River against Yuan Shao. Speaking of the Yellow River, you know, Liu Bei, after his discount on taxes, really turning things around, spinning up more armies. Oh yeah, you can tell that he was just wanting money. That's what was holding him back. Hey, there's the big guy. Looks like he has met up with the forces. However, we are in super, super rough shape here.
当断则断。全军前进。
Alright, so if they hit Xie here, then the lady who will reinforce, so we'll just stay right here. And I don't think they're going to be coming forced anyway. I think they're bolting. But there's the big guy there. Can we get him? Oh, well, if we can get him right now, is it desirable? Let's see. We can throw on, like, a night battle. We can, you know, because if we can catch Cao Cao here on the retreat, but no, it's reckless. It's very reckless. The men are beleaguered and wounded, and they should wait another season, you know. Cao Cao runs away again, right? Agra economy, we're going to take a hostage from the faction there. Taking a hostage is super awesome because you get their heir and then they're just a part of your faction now. It makes them like you better, and then you get an heir, which usually, you know, you might have some good items, it might be a cool character or whatnot. And then Chen Deng says, hey, you know, we figured out a way to pop Xiahou Yuan. You know, you just wounded him in that battle, and I know a guy in the area. My family used to be big in this region. I've got the doctor. He is in my pocket. He is such a good doctor. The Xiahou Yuan will definitely live if he tries to treat him properly. And he is such a good doctor that if I bribe him, nobody knows what'll happen. And we say, well, there you go, buddy. And the Emperor develops a rivalry with a lot of people, and Huang and Liu Xie become Oathsworn with Yao Chan. And a whole lot of people become rivals with the Emperor. Well, that's not so smart for you guys. And we get a whole lot of items. The Ancestral Pledge, the Blue Blade, all sorts of wonderful things. And Liu Xie gets the trait Brave. You know, it's about time that was given to him, given his intense bravery.
平定天下。
This army is like not very good against Cao Cao's armies because Cao Cao has like all of his cavalry basically has shields. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it does. But it's all to the good. And Liu Chong is going to be able to roll in here with the Prince's own siege train. And alright, we're actually going to do the siege ourselves because it says we're going to like take a lot of casualties. And that is not going to happen. I'll show you why.
杀呀！见识一下我们的激情。
Why am I so confident, you might wonder? Well, this is an army with a siege train. And a siege train is something very special. We've never actually used a proper one in this game. We've had like a couple ones, but this one, you know, we've got our multiple bolt crossbows, we've got our juggernauts, which are cannons, we've got our trebuchets. Now, they're going to have artillery on the walls as well, but that's not going to be a problem, right? Because our juggernaut, I'm pretty sure, outranges all of their stuff. Oh, it's going to be a great time. Chicken rib guy, Liu Chong here he has inherited the army of the prince, right? A great honor and responsibility. And chicken rib guy, Yang Shu, he's here too. Shu Rong is old and somewhat in disgrace, although he didn't do anything wrong. He just lost a duel to Lady Liu, which was embarrassing to him. Sure, he's an old man, but she's an old woman, so, you know, it didn't, like, really end up looking that good for him. But since that day, you know, he has been anxious to get back in the Emperor's good graces. And indeed, we see that we outranged their bastion artillery. So yeah, they've got trebuchets, but this is the power of the Juggernaut. You know, that's just waiting on the wall. It's just doing its thing. And they were like, wait, what was that? Okay, I'm leaving. I am absolutely out of here. I'm not going back, and you can't make me go back. Now we're going to take a shot at this one. Boom, baby! Ah, I love this thing. And with that, it's time to move the army forward. You know, the Prince's own Juggernaut here, long has he waited to get to shoot at things. This is all they ever wanted. And we're probably going to crack the wall, like, right here in the center. Seems great. And then we can just walk up this way. Boom. And so this is a situation where the stakes are very low because I'm definitely going to win, and yet I'm having the most fun because I'm definitely going to win. No, it would be cooler if they had, like, a full army inside, but if the game says you're going to take a bunch of casualties, and I know I can do it ultra clean, well, you know what we're going to do. We're going to use the Juggernaut to take out every single tower with surgical precision. Oh, we were trying to hit the trebuchet and we hit the wall instead. That's okay. And we'll try to fight here so that the flank doesn't matter. Yeah, the Juggernaut's just having a party. Oh, wait, what? Strategic fortress? I've never seen this in my life! Okay, there we go. So that's where the building was at, but it also had a purpose. Got it.
干得好，已摧毁敌军哨楼。
And then we'll just let the multi-bolt crossbow shoot wherever. We've already cracked the wall a couple places, so it's just time to go ahead and move on up. Move it on up. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a good one. The multi-bolt crossbow's just coming in clean, smooth over the wall. Do we want to crack this wall a little bit more? I mean, we could probably just let them use their own best judgment here. And hit that one with the volley. You know, we're just dismantling the inside so that when we do arrive, well, they won't be mantled then. That's what. No, Liu Chong has some extraordinary weapons, so we're just going to use them, well, as soon as everybody shows up. Soon enough, we're going to come up and then start like an archer fight. Liu Chong right now is just throwing in the arrow shots over the wall. Look at that. Oh, his father would be so proud. Now they can't stand it. They throw the smoke bombs down. No, you guys got to go. Oh, the attack order, so they turned around. Well, that's clever, ain't it? Chicken rib guy can go on in. And with a ton of ammo left, these crossbows already have kills. And there, it's time to run on in and to run on in. Shurong, time to redeem yourself, old boy. Liu Chong, time to be a total brawler. Hit him with that Flames of the Phoenix. There we go. Everybody in. The veteran Lance Cavalry charge, and then under withering fire, run away, get wrecked, perfection. And this is how to win a siege where you have perfect siege weapons and the enemy is few. No, that's not fair. They had like all their... This is like a regular garrison, there's just nobody extra. And obviously they can't stand up to firepower of this magnitude. Beautiful work. And the crossbows, you know, that was when it became too much, right? They couldn't put up with the fire, and they know that there's nothing on the inside to help them. And with that, the walls are breached. We are inside of the cookie jar. We are going to eat all of the cookies in the cookie jar. It's going to be delicious for me, and, you know, a lot of fun for them, too. But anyway, I was sure I could do better than the losses we got there. And also, you know, even though we beat up on the walls pretty bad, maybe the game will forget that if we have to defend it over the next turn. But, I'm confident that whatever they send to me, it won't be too much, because we had a general idea of the array that their forces could be. And, well, we beat up 3 of their armies just then on the defense, so... Oh, that Juggernaut! Oh, surgical! Wow! Love it! That's that rank 10 accuracy, baby! While they're still fighting, I mean... there we go.
一群懦夫。
It's like, they gotta be army lossing, like, now, and indeed, they do have to be army lossing, like, now. And we do that ultra clean, very little damage taken. With a ton of kills on the multi-crossbows. I think there's a place for them. Especially in a siege, because if they do that well, you know, you can just let them do their thing. Because with a normal amount of ammo, I don't believe in them, right? But with 125% more ammo, then we're talking. We capture this city, which, like, yes, and we will immediately convert it to food making and not food selling, which puts us up 30 food, right? We need to get somebody on reserve duty. I think we only had like one guy that's not in the field with access to the really good reserve thing, and he's already working in the north. Well, in that case, Gong, you're new here. Why don't you just go ahead and help out a little bit? But we know where Sima Yi is, right? He's down here with Zhu Chu, and Cao Qinghe and Cao Pi are here with Zhou Yu, who for some reason is working for him. Here, this is the Agri garrison thing. This is great, right? Because this gives you 50% food production, which is very desirable. This lets you have a level 10 city that still is, like, food positive. Very nice. Now, the commerce and industry here don't pay off, like, at all. I think we just drop them for peasantry tie-in and corruption reduction. We'll keep the Grand Temple City for now. Or the Grand Temple. Grand Temple City is right here.
拿起武器，法令必行。
And mighty knockback for his retinue. Beautiful stuff. Inspector lowers corruption in the local commandery, which would be good if we had somebody stationed there. Right here, through the building upkeep and everything, we're basically doing nothing, but we're just gonna build more food, right? Meng Huo probably isn't gonna attack us here, and if he does, we'll probably be able to beat him. After all, he is our loyal vassal. And when have the Nanmen ever turned away from the Han? Don't answer if you know the answer. I don't want to know the answer. We should save it real quick. Oho. Sai. Oho is the name of a Xiahou Yuan, but you're dead. Or at least we tried to get rid of him. We don't need any of these fools. The only person Zhuge Pian doesn't like is Sun Jian. That's our chief concubine. She was going to be our wife, but then we found Liu Ji. And all of this is happening. Alright, so did we save it? I don't think so. Let's go ahead and do that. That was a lot of stuff, and if I crashed and had to redo those battles, I would probably cry. I would definitely stop playing for a second. Here, this guy's in March, which is very advantageous for us.
为了天下苍生。今日此胜
As we're able to roll up both of them with the army of the tribes. Now these people aren't like attainted like the ones in Cao Cao's grouping, but oh, he has the bandit thing, you know, we're just gonna
不能再耗费物资看压他们了。克勤克诚，
chop
方
most
成
of
大
these
事，坚
guys.
持不
Well,
懈。
we're inside their lands, that's pretty bad, but they can't really do much with it.
闻风而动，雷厉风行，力求上进，功名震天。此为苍生黎民之天下，非暴虐诸侯之天下。
If we move Lubo's force this way, can he get there in a turn? Well, he'll be able to support them.
为天下苍生。
Who they can't get there in a turn. That's alright, though. Guerrilla for her retinue, which will be useful enough. Alright, what do we want to do here? We can just do the classic
以逸待劳，静候敌军。
stock gambit. Now, we know that they have night battle, but if they night battle this army, what's that going to do for them, right? Oh no, now you caught Jing Taorong and Liu Ji. Good job, buddy. You know, you still got to deal with them. And what's your plan there? You would ask them, what indeed is your plan? Speaking of the plan, we're just going to wait here. We got to get the supplies. We got to get everything put back together. Are we going to hold on to Wu Wei the long term? I'm not sure. We'll just build a military forge here. Break the lodge. It's not going to be doing anything. Break the government workshop. Doesn't... No, we're not. We're not going to be making money off of this stuff. This replan and such is desirable enough, and the Lady Wu will be able to hold against these
我已准
armies.
备好作战了。
Huang Chong is running up as well, and, well, you know, we can... Hey, Ellie. I was trying to... Oh, wonderful. So, when we left off last time, the army of the Oathsworn of the Prince, you know, Zhu Huang and Liu Xun and Yao Chen here, we were here in this farmland, and the Grand Grain Estates, and then two armies were attacking us, so we defended against them. So far, so good, right? And then a third army showed up afterward, and we had to fight again. I was more nervous about that one, but we ended up winning it. You know, in truth, there was nothing to worry about. We just, you know, remembered our training, and let our armies be, you know, the beasts of the field and the birds of the sky and all that. And Zhu Hong, like, murked like 8 dudes, because he's the baddest. Alright, we need...
深谋远虑。
this army to continue going this way to defend. And we need to remember, like, stuff is popping off here in the north. We're going to need an army over here. Huang Zhong might well just go this way. Alright, so, you know, he's an old man, but that's okay. He's happy to be alive and serving the Emperor. It wasn't necessarily going to work out like that. We need to get some people up here that, like, are not comfortable down in the south. It would have been better to send Cao up here, and indeed we might do that. You know, we should probably do that now. Let's get him out of theater. The Emperor commands Cao you know, to well, no, we've already got the Liu's working over him here. You know, we'll get him a battle here with Yuan Shao. Then the Emperor can give him a title and push him off to the north. Hey, ironic. You say it seems less on fire than yesterday? Well, I mean, slightly less. Slightly less. Yeah. We tuned up several battles of the Cao clan, and many of them are no longer with us. Zhao Huyun, for example, is no longer around, and Cao Ren, who you know, he's my bro. I like him. I'm always trying to marry him to people, you know, but he didn't make it either, and but yeah, they kept on showing up to fight, and we kept on tuning them up, right? But what we're hoping for here is we're gonna go to ambush both here and here. And we're gonna hope that Yuan Shao wants to make his way across the river here. And then knowing that all of these armies are totally cracked up and ready to burst, we're just going to move on this way. Is Xian on? Yeah, no, she's still doing stuff. And Zhang Liao continues on here in the south to press against Cao Cao's lands there. There's no backup for him, right? So, speaking of no backup for them, Lu Fan, he's busy playing Go here at the Weapon Craftsman. And, you know, good for him. Fu Luhan is a furious bladesman, and he would really rather be in the north where there is glory to be had. You know, we can send him off now. And get whom? Now, another cavalryman would be, you know, abstractly fine, but not really what we're looking for, because we're trying to, cavalryman, another northern tribesman, we're trying to get all of them into action up there. We could just double up on green, because I love green guys, and get Huonu a command. This dude has been languishing away in the capital for absolutely ages, and desperately wants a command. But are we going to make him wait for longer? We could actually give him one up when we take, Saong and put him in the north. Yeah, we'll just get him here. This guy's a hero. This guy's like the hero of Huang, right? But he,
当断则断。
But, you know, I guess we're gonna let Lady Hu ride the horse for a bit, but she is gonna give it to one of the other kids when they get old enough. But the crossbow, I still haven't settled the matter of the crossbow. Because, like, while romantically it would be wonderful if he leaves it to his wife, you know, the story has always been that they didn't get along super well because she was such an excellent lady and he was kind of like annoyed at how good she was at everything and that everybody liked her so much. And he was annoyed about that too, you know, like, have you ever, you don't have to answer this, but have you ever had somebody who, like, you just didn't like because they were good, you know, where you're like, ooh, I just can't stand them, you know, all they ever do is the right stuff, they're so considerate and kind, and I just hate their face, you know, and that's basically how Liu Chong felt about his wife, as far as the story of our playthrough went, you know, like, she was only ever excellent, and he just, like, you know, she was good at all this stuff, and he found it annoying. Cause you know, that kind of thing. I'm sure you've met people like that. But you know, we not to slander the old Prince of Chen. You know, he was a magnanimous guy, but we needed a story hook for them to explain them not traveling together, and that was the one that we settled on. We were trying to go with this big, complex sort of wave of manipulation and intrigue with the succession, but then Liu Ji and the other chief concubine just like love each other and get along super well, so you know there's nothing for it. What we need to do is get another group of folks up here, right? Right. Do we have any tribesmen that can get the good armies up here? No, I don't believe so. Yeah, well, we needs a strong word. We should have a force here and a force in Chang'an. Chang'an can, like, basically take care of itself. It doesn't need to be a full one. People could be sent up here so they can't get into trouble, right? People like Sun Yi.
Shaya!
Let's see, anybody for this army? Who knew wanted to command?
根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。
He's like, I wanted to be in charge. I'm like, yeah, I know. We'll see if you earn it. This dude gets terror for the unretinue. Chenwu, well, let's get him in there. Representative of the Chen clan, I think. Ah, well, no. Unrelated. Started out working for Sun Jian in 198. Alright, well. And none of these guys deserve a gold weapon, like, story-wise yet, right? So they're not going to get one. Sun Bin would get one before these new folk onto the scene. Alright, and then... And then he'll have that, which will help. The local commandery. Stuff do we want? Yes, and he's the terror of the Umbral, so we will... Military instructor, alright, that is this one. And you totally don't need him. Alright, and this will give us a big boost in ambushing. And it's own army, this army thing, so that's very good. So we might be laying some ambushes with them, and that'll be nice. And they all get along, and that's nice. You know, you want harmoniousness. You want the harmony. What we want here is Sun Jing to meet back up here with his mother, or maybe not. I mean, no, probably not, huh? Xinping is a spy. It is not desirable to give him a job. You're tearing me apart. This guy is a rebel without a cause. He works for me now, so we could give him a cause if he wanted.
廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。
And then from there, we'll just get, yeah, whoever gets along. Tadun, welcome to the north. Yeah, the true north. And these G militia are not suitable for a modern army. Western border guards, love, right? Big armor-piercing values and hybrid weapons, literally what is not to like. Bandit Marauders have axes, which is a desirable thing to have like a one-of in your cavalry. The Shanyu bandits do incredibly big numbers in melee. We might hold on to them, but we'll get another border guard here. We got plenty of cav on the rest of it.
我绝不动摇。
Alright, and now we're broke again. That's okay. We need to start spending more money on infrastructure or on, corruption reduction or on, anything. That's the thing, that's the problem. How do you square the demands of war with, the desirable things that you could get from peace? But here, when we swap over here, we'll get peasantry income up, which is... I mean, I'll do something. Really, the way to get it up from here is, because we have really solid public order, we just need to increase taxes by building tax buildings. But before that, we need, building slots, and before that, food. So, Liu Xie, discreet steward, this is not our kid, this is Liu Xie's kid, but... he's doing his jobs well. He is out there exploiting agriculture. That's a compliment. That's like, wow, look at you exploiting the agriculture. But it's not, not like a bad way. He's not like stealing from the agriculture. He's just doing a better job with it. And we are so close to getting Mandate of Heaven. After all of this research. Next year... and, of course, that'll give us a bunch of money and other stuff, too. We get another admin spot, which... this place desperately needs an admin. This place makes a ton of money. It would make way more if we had one. Alright. This is an incredibly important place. Only a strong loyalist deserves it. Somebody who is going to be, rewarded with this position, who can also be trusted. Who can it be? Not Zhurong. He's out of favor. Liu Dai is old. And it's not really great to give him a job like that at this point. Sun Jian has been off doing productive things this whole time and has been doing a great job for stuff, so maybe we'll give him the job. Is there any nepotism to consider? Well, even if there was nepotism to consider, we could give it to somebody qualified first. And, yeah, we'll put Sun Jian in charge there. And when he shows up, I'm sure we'll be able to get some more value out of this place by reducing that corruption, getting these rookie numbers way up. Alright, everything's fine on that front. Zhang Liao is moved, and everything. I think we're at the end of the turn.
行事谨慎，可称机敏。
扫清六合。
I guess we're in good shape. Because if they go in here and don't get hit by the ambush, I mean, they're dead either way, right? If they take a 1v1 with a night battle, they're locked in here with Lu Bu. Or with my girl Lu Ji. So, you know, you pick. You pick. No, he's probably scarier than she is, but I like her so much that I'm more likely to pay attention when she's involved, and that might make her live. Alright, here. Yeah, we'll just keep all of this. Seems fine. Being able to support an Imperial city and still have food left over without an administrator even is very good. We'll be able to get even more of that in the future. Yeah, the river is secure. The capital has many armies of our loyal people outside. Oh, imagine if Cao Cao had an army there. Well, then he would have to fight at the capital and we would destroy him. Of course, Cao Cao's army was caught in March over there. I think he used Cao Cao to, like, replace into somebody's retinue type of thing. Because last I remember, Cao Cao was further away than that. But, you know, he can ride pretty far. Song's trying to give us food in return for peace. Dude, perhaps you drastically underestimate the kind of relationship that we're having. He is back to negative 47 and abdicating. He does not plan on abdicating. Well, we'll see how he feels about that when the rest of our forces arrive. And it looks like they might be marching down to hit the pass. I don't think you can cross over right there. You can't in between the gate passes. It's too treacherous. Gotta beware of the river's treachery. That's what the Emperor is always saying. But it looks like they're just abandoning their cities on their flight toward the sea. Okay, so this guy and his captain retinues. Oh, these are looters. Okay, I was like, these guys got a lot of gall. Okay. I'm like, I can't believe they just, like, ran into the city plus Lu Bu plus Lu Ji and were like, hey, you. Yeah, y'all.
让他们死得体面一些。谨遵命令。
That would have been that nighttime raid. We're going to say that deceit is fine, and this is going to increase our relationship with our Prime Minister. Ambush doesn't work, that's fine. We get a nice dog and whatever goes with that. Gong gets to level 8, which is super good. And we probably need to get him like a retinue and get him out into the field because he's getting a little old. At 64. Well, I mean, he already has a retinue, but we can get him like a proper, you know, like Imperial retinue now of like palace crossbowmen and stuff. And also, you know, he's been on the shelf for a while. Why not let the peacock fly, right? Yuan Shao moves up that way towards his heartland. It's not going to avail him much. Looks like Yan Yang and Mun Chou are doing their thing there, and this army is still steadily in march from all the way over there. We can take Sun Jian here, right? Yeah, we absolutely can. This place... Already, this garrison can fight against that army. So we'll jump in here. Alright, there's Yuan Yin. And Sun Run. Sun Run, come on! Join me instead. It'll be fun. I know, I'm like, we gotta kill all the people in Wei. Y'all know I didn't mean her. Y'all know I didn't mean her. I like her so much that I've never said her name right. They're in March here, and we're gonna be able to just jump on top of them from across the river. Perfection. We're just releasing that dude because, you know, it's
放了吧，无法为我军所用。准备行动，不断前行。
Push them in there. We don't want those people to hate us because we want Zuting to join us so that we can have her on the battlefield. She's a delicate flower. Alright, and then we can faction-wide corruption there. And then we gotta soak in the hit here, and then we gotta start up admin office there, and now we're broke again. It's alright, it's alright. The war against corruption is a long one. Alright. And now we are putting this army together. We need to wait one more turn to do it right. If we just go here and go
路就在前方，集中精神。
and make a bit of an ambush, that should give us the time we need. Or rather, this army... No, we will
团结一致，天下
move
受
to
益
support this army as they take
心怀怒火，奋勇
the
杀敌。
city. We actually probably need to do this one manually to reduce our casualties. No, I mean, I think it's fine, actually.
全力奋战，则战
Getting a
无不
little
胜。
beat up there. Yeah, it's fine. It was medium casualties on the first army. The second one's fine.
还是有些用处的。打起精神来！
And you know, it's losing a lot of food, but that's okay. Is what it is, right? We don't need these grand temples because we don't have public order problems like he did. They will say that the emperor tore down the temples of Confucius and consorted with Taoists, wizards, and he did too. Lady Hu makes friends with her children, that's always good. Always good when you like your kids. I don't know from experience or anything, having not ever had a child in a video game myself before. But anyone who's ever had a child in a video game personally has told me it's better if they like you, and I believe them.
今日此战，乃是大义之胜。我军势力得以扩张。
Sima Yi is quite far from doing anything productive, as are these
摆好
fools.
阵势，准备出击。
Now, we could just hold on to this, even though the borders, it's prettier if we have stuff on this side of the river. Ah, a new
切谈几句。
guys in charge here.
迎
Shengdao
刃而解。
is honorable. He doesn't like us. Why not? Chao Dingling is of sensible sensibility. Well, she can marry one of the Sun family, right? She's a little older, but so Sun Jian. That'll be nice enough. Oh, you don't want to do that? How insulting! That's right, you don't like me. If people don't like you, they don't want to marry into the family.
欢迎，朋友。
Which makes a lot of sense, but it's always annoying. You're like, come on, it'll be fine. They barely have to see each other. Oh yeah, so this fool's here. And these fools will be able to wait in
准备
ambush.
伏击。
Like, the Emperor is desirous that your army not be entirely hot trash, though. But I mean, how much does he really want to pay for this job? You know, they can just wait here with the stuff they have, and if they do a good job, then the Emperor will send more money, right? These guys are on garrison duty. Alright, who knew he can have a real retinue, though? I'm like, he can recruit real units. Alright, the Chen Guardians get this if they're the defending alliance, which is like the Imperial unit thing. So let's get a couple of those, that's fun. And they're just like a very solid unit anyway. It's like, yes, and with that, that is all of the money that we've got for you, buddy. We do an Azure Dragon, round it out, give him a little weird retinue. I like that. I like being irregular with my retinues. Why? Because it makes me feel like I'm really playing the game whenever I play wrong. You know, I like that. Here to support Huang, because if they try to fight a pass, I'm not worried about that like at all. The pass will be fine. I mean, probably. As soon as this pass upgrades again, it'll be fine for sure. Because they don't have siege weapons, so it'll take a turn, we can get there, and the pass itself is like pretty good to defend. If you have anyone there. And the other passes, some of the passes have people that are, you know, the defenders of them. But so long as there, and what we want to do here... Let's jump in here.
大义将临，莫敢不从。吾等大义必将降临此城。
No, I think that's so much movement. Yeah, I think actually we might be in some trouble here. Well, no, if we just fight right now, if we go here, her big support will work out. Cao Cao won't dare flee from us. Our forces are pretty beat up, but what's he have, right? Himself, his forces are sort of cracked already too. We can beat him down very handily. Yuan Yin is brave but not powerful. Sun Jian is powerful but doesn't have a Heartseeker yet, so we don't have to worry about that. And her bow, you know, is a bow, but... yeah, I like this better, because if we could get here... I don't think Cao Cao runs here. And even though our army is super beat up, I feel like this is the way to go. Because this army is fresh. We've got Trebs. And of course, the family is here now. We've got... like, do we give the daughter, like, the blue blade? I mean, we could. Yeah, you know. No one in the world can stop me from doing what I want to do. The Blade of Xiongyu is probably going to go to Liu Lin, though, when he grows up, the one who is going to be the Emperor's heir. And I think that'll be nice, because the this sword was given to the prince, you know, in lieu, terrible joke, of that weapon, and the spirit of agriculture here, you know, for his admin duties is good, but he might crave the power later on. Do we want to go... granary? I mean, yeah, probably. Yeah, we go here, and plus, you know, Cao Cao,
一统天
we
下。
get him, and then if we get all of the people from this garrison out, yeah, there. Ooh! We walked right into it. They had an ambush army. It'll be alright. It'll be alright because we have a very good reinforcing force with plenty of crossbow bolts among them. And they're not like fresh. Plenty of their retinues aren't that good. Some of them aren't even full, so it's sort of like an us situation. Of course, we don't have much cavalry on one army. We've got plenty in the other. They've got some big heroes here, but of course, we've got Huang. Chen is healthy again, so there's that. Alright, time for a huge battle against Wei. Let's get to it. Oh! They were encamped. Well, alright then. Well, that makes it a lot easier on me. Now, normally an encampment might be a little frustrating, but an encampment when you have trebuchets, we'll be fine. Like, we actually don't have anything to burn it down, but we've got some trebuchets, and that'll be fine. Trebuchets are a very clumsy way of dealing with it, but it's also like they're inside, so they're not going to be trying to get at us, so we're going to be able to pick off the reinforcements pretty well, hopefully, on their way in, and, you know, just really give them the beat down. Because it's lots and lots of reinforcements to come, but we're just going to go over here where ours can support us, and which is on top of the hill anyway, so we're just going to be able to set up the trebuchets and, you know, lay the beat down. Perfection. You say you believe me? Well, thank you. You know, I believe in me, too. I think this is going to be fine. I am going to take just a very short break before we do this battle, though, and, that way I'll be quite comfortable for the brawl to come. Because when they come in, these reinforcements, they're not all going to come in, right? They're capped on retinues. So some of them are going to come in from here and some from there. We're going to demolish them. All of ours are going to come from here. And then we're going to be able to start the dismantling of the Cao family. What's left of it. We're going to keep the Cav in reserve. We'll want them healthy. I don't think they're going to sally out. I very much do not think they will. But that doesn't make it impossible. So we're just going to have our weaker people on this side to protect the flank. This army's going to come out. It's going to have like 10 crossbows in it. It's going to be great. But anyway, I will be... I'm like, yeah, no, we'll put it like right here. Yeah. I'm like, why are we on a standoff here? We should be all the way up on them. Even if they come out, then this force will be able to stand up. Right, anyway. But anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, let us get to it. These fools will not know what hit them. It's gonna be Zhu Huang and Liu Xie. That's gonna be what hit them. But they won't know.
我方援兵抵达。
Zhu Huang says, "Hey, Cao Cao, you remember me? You chump." Alright, we need to actually pull away here. And Zhu Huang makes contact. And makes contact again. Boom! There we go. Hits him hard. Sends him flying. Oh, they are sallying out at us. Oh, wonderful. Alright, that means it's time to get into position here. The thing is that we are quite ready for that. I say we're quite ready for that. Really, I'm like, oh, that's going to be something. You know, it's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. We're going to get... Zhu Huang here. A little bit of protection there. We're just going to get off of our horse here and start killing. Nobody wants to duel me. That's really surprising. Hey, Xian. No, we missed our window when his power was juiced up. We're going to get off of our horse here, too, because, well, there we go, there we go. The good news is, of course, that... The Zhu Huang is just deleting fools over on this front, as we knew he would do. And indeed, you know, they sallied out of the fort, which is perfection. I love this game, right? I didn't think they would do it, but they totally did. They identified that if they sallied out, that would be wiser than not doing it, you know, and they took their shot. They're going for it. They said, I'm gonna try... Ah, Cao Cao shows his face. You ruffian, you vagabond, you scoundrel, you traitor! Zhu Huang yells, runs right for him, laying the beat down, pushes through 100 men to strike at the traitor, an attempted usurper. This guy, this fool, this absolute monster. He would have seen the Han overthrown, and for what? His own selfish ambition. No, I say, no! He runs away. Zhu Huang runs in, a new champion is in the fray, and he is gonna fight with them instead. Yu Zhen, he says, are you a man for the future? Oh geez, we need to get all of y'all over here. You know, the cavalry that we sent out to just, like, hit the archers, there's some invisible stuff over there, and we got caught by it. It's okay, we just need to get onto these. Zhu Huang is winning very handily there, and now the family Liu is in. Yu Zhen is fleeing. Zhu Huang. Who can withstand Zhu Huang? Who can withstand the mighty? None of these fools. None of these would-be lords of men. And now the prince rides down the enemy of his father.
已至。
Get him, guys! Don't let him run away! Liu Xun is trying to duel Lady Hu. Outrageous.
准备开战。
友军正在遭受攻击。
Cao Cao is juiced evasion at the moment. Well, we will just run away from him then.
杀！加速前进。
12 more seconds on him. Those dudes have it as well. Well, where's Liu Xun at? Over here. You know, we really got a little excited on that front in the center, but you know, at least we know as they're streaming across, they're gonna have a super bad time. Chen needs to get up here and heal people up. The trebuchets are doing fine, and we've got the backup cavalry, you know, backing up things. Sword Guard tuning up fools here and here. Chen Royal Guard being Royal Guardians. Liu Xun having a time there. Huang, where is Cao Cao at? I'm not sure. We need to get back on our horse, right?
准备开战。
注意，尽情厮杀！赶快，赶快！
我方战友正在遭受攻击。
And we're just gonna try to run down these guys and then
在，完成武器。
send Liu Xun to help out here. These crossbows, what a mess. Hey, you know, if they're doing anything, that's something. These Royal Guard are just, their role is to soak up archery. Our brave daughter running against the foe there. Sunrun is thinking about shooting at the Lady Hu. No, you won't. You want to brawl, girl?
正在溃逃。
You want to brawl? You want to go? Oh, I love her so much. I love that nobody else on this battlefield wanted to do Liu Huang, and she showed up and she was like, oh, that's a man. Let's fight. My girl. My girl.
向前进军！注意，准备就绪。
But we very handily dispatched the foe here. Oh, we should probably run away a little bit here.
快快快，跑起来！诛灭敌军！
Since there's a bunch of other guys around us.
仓皇逃命，真乃丧家之犬。
感受大地的愤怒吧！准备就绪！
Oh yeah, he was on foot too. That is very dangerous. But you can like make a run at him, right? You can do one of these. But you don't wanna fight him for long if they see, oh yeah, the Lady Hu cuts down Yu Jin. Yeah! Ah, what a brawl! And of course, the Lady Sun is having a great time here dueling against Zhu Huang, but the outcome there was never truly in doubt. And the twang of the trebuchet as the archers come in to reinforce. Ah, what a lovely sound.
注意，诛灭敌军。在，动作快点。
And now they've done all they can do, right? Now they're in for real trouble. Zhu Huang runs in. They feel the terror. The roar happens. They get shot by archers. We hit them with the trebuchet. I think this whole infantry block is not too far from running away, right?
鼓起勇气。
Yeah, and now, of course, they have streaming and archers, which are not good against Royal Guard, who are, you know, shielded and heavily armored. And we, of course, have quite a lot of them. But now, once you've dealt with the big first wave, these big battles are great, because all they can do is stream in and slowly die, you know, because then you're set up. You're not going to get overwhelmed by the cavalry again. The cavalry ain't coming again. When they bunch up here, and then that's just perfect for the trebuchets to zoop on in and get the damage on them. We're just going to move here. Doing exactly what needs to be done. Against the shameful house of Cao. So long, you know we don't mean you, you're a good dude. Hit him with the roar here. But we want to get over on these. The lady who has lost her horse. Both she and Huang can fight here. And I don't think, yeah, Chen doesn't heal herself. It's other people. And here we're gonna brave the tower fire to make these guys flee. We've got like shields and stuff, so I feel like it's fine. There we go, and then we're just gonna zoom on out. Beautiful. And these G infantry are going to come into what is the worst nightmare of all G infantry. A bunch of crossbows that still have ammo 12 minutes into a fight. No, not the Sabre militia. Come on, y'all. The thing is, they have like, you know, charge reflect from mounted, but we're not mounted anymore. We're just gonna charge in at them. We're gonna hit with that 1-2 punch. That's right, Xu Huang and the Lady Hu fighting side by side against the hordes and doing so well. You know, he never used to like her, but now he can't help but think that she is quite an impressive woman. He can't help but think that if the prince had ever seen her like this, that he would have liked her a little better and been like, man, you know, what a fighter, what a champion, what a gal. That's what he would have said. The G infantry try to run away. That ain't gonna work. And we're going to try to zoom around here. Get around the back. And there's the army losses I expect. A devastating performance. Seeing exactly what you can get. 384 kills on a treb, 274 kills on the other treb. You absolutely love to see it. Hundreds of kills on the Royal Guard. 282 on that one. Beautiful work. Perfection. And now it's time to roll over them as best we can as they try to flee. And the children of the Prince of Chen, and now the Prince of Chen himself, Prince Liu Xie here, you know, do a great job cleaning up. Bloodthirsty horses in this family. Getting it done. Because, you know, we need to. These are people that we have to fight, like, right after this. And plus, 230 kills is better to send back to the Emperor than 190. Oh, no, a nice 250 maybe. There you go. A heroic victory indeed. Glorious. And that's why I like this game, though, because if he had done what I thought he was going to do and just waited inside, we would have picked him apart brutally, right? He would have done much less damage to us. Because we just would have hit the walls with trebuchets a bit, you know, and then put the archer fire in on them, and our archers, of course, having shields and armor, match up dramatically well against regular archers. Crossbows. Not archers properly, of course. Got him! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Cao Cao has been captured. Cao Cao, you're part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Cao Cao, as the Emperor is decreed for your death. For years you ate the bread of the Han. For years you paid your taxes. And for years we had forgiven you what you did when you declared war on us. You're 60 years old, Cao Cao. How many men died because of you? Stretch out your neck for the executioner.
不能再消耗物资看押他们了。
Xiao Huang says, he was nearly my cousin. Kill me as well. Very
这
well.
些贼兵，人人得而诛之。
Wenji similarly declares that he'd rather die. Is he? Yeah, he's been in Wei the whole time. He says, you know, I would be ashamed to live in defeat as this, and we're only too happy to give him his
让他们
desires.
死得体面一些。
Yu and Yin. Yu and Yin, you were brave. Once, when you were fighting for Yuan Shu, you were the only man willing to stand up and fight against Zhu Hong. And you lost. But you were brave. You should have come to the Emperor when you had the chance.
不能再消耗物资看押他们，勇夺荣耀。
And here we've got an uncommon talent to recruit a person for the retinue, and we'll see who that is later. But yeah, there you go. 216. Cao Cao dies 4 years ahead of time in real life. And well, we get quite a nice weapon in the Trust of God. Huge melee damage and melee attack rate. It's a very, very awesome sword. But here, we couldn't quite move forward. I think what we do is, well, she gets closer to getting campaign line of sight. That's pretty important. Unyielding Earth's really good, but I think campaign line of sight is actually better at this point in the campaign. Huang gets to level 10. What a champ. What we do here is go to march to assist here. They're already totally beaten down. We're going to capture Sun Jian here. You know, they were already absolutely 1,000,000% on the back foot, and now they're already there. Their lord is slain. The Duchy of Wei fallen from the crest of their power very far indeed. And the prince gets to level 5. He's got tenacity of steel now, of course, so he can, like, actually brawl in the event that a brawl emerges. And it's, you know, he thinks he's still alive, but he ain't, though. And with that, probably a lot of our vassals that used to feel like just a little bit about me are now... Alright, so... a whole lot of people become rivals with a whole lot of people. That's fine. Yao Chen and the Lady Hu become friends. That's what really matters. Yeah, all of these are rivals. Which is just because of all the executions, you know. Get over it, right? Ah, Sima Yi. You have chosen to see things our way, I see. Well, you know, he'll make a fine addition to our collection. And I'm sure his talents will be of great use when it comes to the war ahead. Now, this war is not over yet, of course, but we should imagine that if luminaries like Sima Yi are already unhappy. So he has faction fondness for me, but, you know, we still need to get him. Oh, I just want you to fight for me, buddy.
廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。
But on that front now, we've entirely pressed Cao Cao back. And, you know, he won't be able to get out of this one. We can leave, like, an army here at the lumberyard to defend against incursions here, and then swing down here with 2 armies while we send... maybe we do need another army here. Yuan Shao is probably going to expect that Cao Cao is not going to get, you know, defeated and executed. And so it won't be a part of his plan. Hate that for him. You know, you really just want things to work out well for the old boy, don't you? Well, I mean, said no one ever. And these fools now are, of course, really rocking a hard place in it, because we know that Ardent Schemer here is going to give the enemy armies in local county the thing. Oh, this is this county, though. Well, it's good for them then, huh? Anyway, still, though, they're quite far from a settlement, so I don't care if they're here, right? This doesn't bother me, you know. Raid to your heart's content. We're still accomplishing our goals.
发动农民，前进。
Hit here, get quite in better shape.
莫要急躁。
From here, the looters are rather far. We don't need to worry about chasing them. I think they'll just run back up here
我等当更进一步。
and like hit the capital, maybe. Not the capital, the city. Well, they're gonna definitely run away.
春心守贞，为天下黎民。
But I think, yeah, so we're going to be able to catch them out here. Excellent.
此为苍生黎民之天下。
We will use the wife to catch the husband unawares. So they would have been inside of the city. But now we're going to be able to hit them. They've already ran once, so they can't run again. The Grand Commandant is going to be able to hit them here.
杀呀！
Drawing out the leader and the garrison. Now we are going to do this one manually, of course. Because it says we're going to take a lot of casualties, and I ain't having that. And also, it's a big brawl against the Song family, and a time for Liu Ji and her father to take the battlefield together. And you don't know how many times of that you're going to get, right? If you just happen to be obsessed with one character, and then her dad happens to be Lu Bu, you don't know how often you're going to get both of them. Yeah, because we'll just get that and... Oh, he's got Dragon's Gaze now. That's right. Oh, yeah, he got to level 8. Yeah, so he's ready to pop off. And how fitting that we would just have a couple massive, decisive engagements against Cao Cao and then execute all the people involved. Like, it's a very him thing to do. They have Vanguard on their tower? What? Come on now. Alright, well really the reinforcements will be over there, but this is Lu Bu's army. They can, I mean, basically take care of business. Let's just, yeah, we'll, we'll just Vanguard all the way up here, right? And then, alright, yeah, there they are. Because we'll just, yeah, we'll just charge up with these guys. What could be hurt, right? They can show up, and then we can get all of the Marines. Yeah, Xingdarong just runs right in and says, I don't care, I don't want to be smart, I want to be awesome. runs on in, and of course these forces don't want to be left far behind. Get 9 to go up this way. Oh yeah, our boy Huang Jian's already up here. Liu Xie has arrived! Because here's the thing about our girl. She is the bravest. She is the strongest. She is the best. She is the coolest. She is the tallest. Have we talked about how strong and cool and tall she is? It's all true, I tell you. It's all true. But moreover, she's also very, very focused. But unfortunately, after this battle, she's going to hear from Lady Wu about the Imperial Seal in the south, the object of her focus, and she will have to abandon this northern campaign, but not after, of course, beating down very badly these fools. I'm like, oh, you guys want to... Sun Jian there, you know, gets into a little bit of a brawl with, you know, Lu Bu, so we'll see how that works out for him. Come on, Lu Bu, turn around and hit him. There he goes. This guy wants to duel Lu Bu. He is a sentinel, however, I don't think that's going to help him over much. Normally the rule is like, oh, if they're a sentinel, just don't duel them. Sentinels are tricksy. Lu Bu, though, I mean, my man gets it done. We're going to throw a trident at them. These Imperial Sword Guard need some help, man. They are quite surrounded. Lu Bu has emerged victorious in his duel. This is very surprising. Nobody knew how that was going to end up. Oh, there's a lady here. We could throw a trident at her. We'll get on your horse. There we go. Oh, no, they, well, actually, this is fine. They actually don't have anything for this, so that's good. Our reinforcements somehow jump right on all of their archers. You know, gorgeous work from our boys. Is this because I planned it? I mean, I did want this to happen, but I don't know if planned it would be a suitable way of describing, you know, the amount of planning that went into it. But it sure did work, huh? Boom, baby! As we just run right over them with the contingent of forces there. Somebody change, you're challenging Liu Xie? Yeah, very well, I accept. And I know you're not supposed to duel sentinels, but that sign won't stop me because I won't read. And here, you know, we run into some quite nice handmade guard and such, but importantly, you know, we've already got spears right on top of them. That would be from Liu Chong, who would have been associated with the Sun family before their defeat at our hands. Although we didn't finally finish them off. I think that was Cao Cao, if memory serves, actually. Let's get old girl in here. And we're gonna tantrum for Liu Ji real quick. Also, I could totally use my abilities. Let's just delete her. You know, I'm always so sporting. Dongbai is a little enmeshed with Chen infantry, but here our infantry do awesome. The camp crushers are just running through the muck and the mire. Perfection. And then here our crossbows are going to shoot at G infantry at very close range. It's going to be good. It sounds like it's not, but it's going to be good. And if it isn't, then we will charge them in the rear there anyway. These Sabre infantry don't know what hit them. And now that the center is totally handled, it's time to push the Lancers this way. Oh no, some of the skirmishers were set upon there. We're going to fire into the rear of this axe band with the armored archer. Charge here will do it. Western border guards, you know, why don't we just flaming shot here. Oof. That lance cap charge into the back of the repeating crossbowman hurt. Of course, it's all over but the shouting, but that doesn't mean we want to get our beloved crossbows beat up, you know. That's the opposite of what it means. Also, we're burning down the forest around us. That's not so good. Did I start that? Probably. These are the Xian commanders, though. These are no slouches. It's small unit size, but big damage out of them. But here we'll be quite able to run them down. Bum 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 bum. And of course, a nice beating there. Where our forces show up, and some of them get the business, and some of them get beat down, but hey. Beats them up. The garrison of the city, of course, very badly burned. Lucian, we'll give you a 1.
放他们回家去吧。这些贼兵，人人得而诛之。定筹壮志，怒吼吧！ 一统天下。我吕奉先自是一方英雄。
There we've got our encampment, and Sun Jian has now, gotten himself rather into a bad spot in that he is surrounded by a superior force, and now our vassals, which lived up here the whole time, we're just waiting for that opportunity to take him out. Wonderful stuff. And no matter what we do to try to reduce corruption, of course, our increasing lands make it worse and worse. But here, we're still making plenty out of Luoyang here at 6.6. It's not too bad. Not shabby at all. And the general web of corruption reduction is working well, and he's an administrator now, so we can give him that. And the old stone rat. And this will give us even more corruption reduction there. He is the brave Sheng. Actually, love the idea of him moving into a minister spot. We just need a reason for it, though. Because he gives 10% melee evasion faction-wide, which is really good. But here we're just going to name him... yeah, the steward of the Changlu Palace. To juice up the stuff here even more. And you're the administrator of Luoyang. We'll make you the attending secretary, right? Boost it up even a little bit there. Handing out titles, that's what the Emperor does best, right? You recognize glorious behavior and you reward it. Speaking of, Luigi gets here, which is really just about getting to Binding Fury one level earlier. Alternately, capture. Well, yeah, we'll go to the capture rate, right? Because we'll get that at level 8 instead of Binding Fury, which is fine. Because she needs to head to the south. Because the Lady Wu, it's like, oh, the Imperial Seal? Yeah, my husband definitely has it. That scoundrel... Wait, says he's with the Han Empire. Like this Han Empire?
说吧。
Well, if he goes there, he'll probably be unhappy. But if he was a spy, then, that would be canonically, like... yeah, just tons of rivalries for what had to be done. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna do? Alright, so he's got high satisfaction, so when we do stuff, we're gonna have to account for that. With him, we need to, because we need undercover network in order to extract him. We just gotta wait and build that up. There's lots of tech ways to get it better, but we haven't done any of them. Alright. Wonderful stuff. Cao Cao is slain. The game just hasn't caught up to that reality yet. Here in the north, we lay an exceptionally great beatdown down up here. We'll be able to beat them here as the beautiful desert starts here. What we'll do then is drop Liu Ji, get somebody else up here, and send her south, probably with Lady Wu. Because that's a fun story. Hey, Liu Bei became a duchy. Little duchy of Shuhan. Why is there a Han in the name of your duchy, Liu Bei? You wouldn't be getting ideas. Oh. We get an accomplishment called Here Comes the Sun, parentheses, Xian, for getting 8 trade routes. Okay. Well, Chao, I don't really need your help here, but I'll accept it. I'm so glad Cao Cao's done. He's wily, He's a wily guy, and his personality is unsuitable for a vassal. Now, we are not going to make peace with his family at all. We'll accept whoever wants to join us, obviously, but we are going to remove them utterly from power and distribute his lands to Han loyalists as it should be done. And Cao Xu. There. Liu Lin! Liu Lin has grown up! Liu Lin! Liu Lin is the second son of Liu Chong. Here, and he was going to be the emperor. He was the heir, but the empress bore a son unto the empire glorious day. But Liu Lin has grown up. We're going to use it to destroy the enemy. Yeah, because now they're totally tuned up here. And while they are running across the mountainside trying to help out, that's a long walk. Bum, 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 bum,
我等信念如一，这便是上天的恩赐。
Liu Xun, this is the second time I've captured you. You should have joined me when you had the chance. You're Oathsworn of their leader. You must be put to
让
the
他们死得
sword.
体面一些。
That's just the way of it, man. That's just the way of it. And Dongbai becomes friends with Jing Daorong. And Dongli and Lubu are Oathsworn now.
大人，有何贵干？
But it's time for Liu Ji to go on home real quick. Because she is going to go fry some other fish.
团结一心。
And the Lady Wu is going to go along with her. She's going to be like, I know the way. I can find that scumbag husband of mine a mile away. And I don't care if we do execute him. We're going to leave my son at home so he doesn't have the problem with it. The son can't kill the father of the wife. I mean, what's stopping her, right? Let me grab a Zhongnu guy, I believe. No, Dalin River Raider. This guy would have been with... Oh, well, no. Chilija, so that would have been Wuhan, I think. Shaman's pretty good. We're going to have to give it to Liu Ji eventually, but, you know, pretty good. We'll make you the commander, right? Gujin, we'll give you a better weapon once you prove you've earned it. Military supply zone army? Yeah, you know, it's fine. We need another troop for this army. Now, a northern tribe would be fine.
这里几乎没有人。
Here to travel with the Grand Commandant, but it would be good if it was like someone very trustworthy, not like, of course, yeah, somebody else, you know. Like someone who really wanted to make it. Do we bring the elephants up here? Are we going to, you know, I actually love the idea of bringing the elephants up here. Because if we bring the elephants up here, then we have the fantastic story elements of bringing the elephants across the desert. And, you know, she's the admin of an important city in the center, but let's go ahead and get her up here, right? She's been adminning for a while, and she is desirous of a good brawl. And we could put the Master's Leather on her, and then give her the Warblade, and then this army gets Constellation on for 25% more melee damage. So pretty nice indeed. And these sword guards can obviously become something else. The elephants will stay elephants. Do we want to just get peacekeepers here? It's kind of pricey. We could just wait a turn for the faction support to stabilize. You know, why don't we? Furthermore, why don't we accelerate that a little bit? Persuade the gentry here, and the reserves will be up in no time. Let's get an anti-corruption thing rolling. A little more there, you know, because our latest increases in tax buildings and in lowered corruption, you know, from administrators and stuff, it had a huge effect Yeah, this one I think we made probably like a whole 1,500 here from moving to where we wanted it there. $19.22 assignments. Indeed, it's amazing. They got a story. Oh yeah, well I mean, you got to figure that you're going to get a lot of assignments anyway, right? Because you're always going to get... You get 16. You get 16 just from progression of assignments. And when you go to max progression on assignments, you get plus 100 character experience. I don't remember what the earlier breakpoint is, but I think it's like 30%. So it's very desirable. It's the equivalent of, you know, like 4 max level schools there. So I kind of figure you gotta go for the assignments. Also, assignments are an elite way of getting experience for people, especially in the early levels, which is so desirable for this mod. Can't believe I'm talking like this to you. Anyway. Just realized who I'm reading there. Yeah. Anyway. But anyway, yeah. So assignments are really good. So I tend to focus on them early because, of course, when you're not unable to get good gear for somebody or good retinues, you know, it's a little tricky. What we want to do now is food production faction-wide would get us, oh, I mean, 25 food wouldn't be nothing. Character salary would be almost 1,000. Money a turn. Yeah, we'll take abundance. So there's a lot of changes. I hope they're fun to display. Oh yeah, you know, I only played Three Kingdoms for the first time probably like a year ago, and I didn't have like extensive mod experience inside of the game playing it. You know, I played a little bit of Make Them Unique, a couple factions, and then I moved on to other stuff that I had going on. You know, that I was playing games with and stuff. Now, what we want to do here is get negative corruption. No, well, let's make the army better. Sun Jian, you know, he's flying high there, the Flying Swallow General. But no, the the best I've done with the assignments is when you do the Lu Bu campaign, you start with the Gate Pass, and Lady Yan has the Teach the Children assignment, and Gate Pass is major, so you could just spin her on that major settlement the whole game, leveling Liu Xie up. I had Liu Xie at level 8 when she turned 16. Mwah. And then she turned level 9 shortly afterward. I had her at level 10, like, and she was probably like 18 or 19 years old. It was great. But that teaching assignment's so good. And then so Yuan, yeah, that's her name. I call her Wine Ant. The one who makes her husband get a ton of experience. She's bonkers. She'll do. She was given Zhu Chu. I think she got from level 3 to level 8 in like 2 years. That assignment's getting nerfed. Yeah, they are very, very, very strong. But yeah, it got her to level 8. And Zhou Yuan, her thing, the bubbly lady, you know, who's all that starts with Dongzhuo. You know who I mean, even though I say her name wrong probably. She's the one that Cao Cao got all into a dither about in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I was just reading that part. I was like, haha, I know her. But yeah, it's a very huge amount of assignment experience that she gives to her husband, which is so good. But now that I'm telling you, I'm like, am I going to get that nerf too? Yeah, you know, they are too good. They are too good because it's, I mean, when you can give somebody, you know, 5 levels in 2 years in the late game, that's a little strong, you know. But hey, they're fun while it lasts. I'm ruining it for everybody. No one gets to have fun ever again. Here, these looters get hit with the 6-spin move. They were already getting nerfed. Alright. Fair. Good. Now I feel no guilt. No. You know, Lady Du, you're leading the looters.
追寻荣耀，
I mean, fair enough, right?
折而不摧。
We don't need any of those things here, but we are going to... Yeah, use this. That's going to boost our military supplies really well. They're getting nerfed to useless, but they'll have a cap on the levels, so it'll also... yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I was... Whenever I was using it on Liu Xie and she got to like level 2 pretty quick, I'm like, oh, well, that's awesome. You know, I'm sure it'll slow down. And then it just kept on trending. I'm like... I'm gonna keep on doing it. And then... Hey, we finally get a General of Chariots and Cavalry! You know what that means, Euphalo? Liu Ji has authorized you to be the General of Chariots and Cavalry!
山虽万仞，难避怒雷。
Did Shu Huang get his title taken away because I misclicked or something? No, he's protector of 3 realms, that's right. Because we could make it into the General of the Guards, which is even better. Well, he's got the only melee infantry in the army, so we might as well leave that General of the Guards to somebody else. The protector of the 3 realms is loftier anyway. Indeed, much loftier. Oh, I'm so glad we dealt with Cao Cao, that old dog. I say that only in the genre sense. I quite like dogs, and I don't think comparing a person to a dog should be done to people you don't like on account of how dogs are very excellent and people you don't like are not. But, you know. Some people level up. Now here, we're going to move on the road and move to ambush, reasoning that the new leader of the faction, Cao Zhu, might try to charge on in. Oh, he's got Cao Ren's old bow. Cao Ren has, of course, been executed by me. Oh, well, he's not getting away. We caught him in March. Now that you're running the faction, maybe you can die in a cool way too. We put one of the Avengers right through his face. Have any feedback to let me know for him? Oh, for sure, for sure. Bum 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 bum.
讨平乱贼，澄清四海，我军所向披靡。
And here, I mean, there's no point in sitting still. This army is not going to be able to deal with either of these because these both have proper garrisons. Yeah, these both have proper garrisons, so they'll be... Well, I mean, they also don't have siege weapons, so they couldn't get an immediate siege in. I gotta remember that is what's going on as well. And then we'll just make our way back up here. But the one thing that I have noticed is that these worn sandals are probably too strong. Like, I mean, I know all the stuff in the trophy cabinet's pretty good. 20k population growth is really, really, really a lot. But I guess, I mean, it's fine. It's just... Because you get, like, 2 out of this green one and 3 out of this green one. But I guess it's all you get out of the tree there. But it's as good as all the tech you get for population growth, plus all the buildings you can build for population growth, plus an assignment. It's really, really good. I think at like 15k it would be good enough. Because some of these are very measured, but I don't even know if these are just like default values, right? Because 10 bonus experience for units per season is very measured. And then, you know, 10 morale is very measured, and then 20k population growth just feels outsized, especially with how important population can be. But it definitely allowed us to, you know, say we have the mandate, because we have 81 million people here. We took the pop growth off like 10 years ago when we had 60 million. We'd probably have 120 million here in China, just in our part of it, with it. It's so good. I like having all the people. You know, I never had a lot of population before. But it feels excellent. We need more food, less peasantry income. That's the goal, because... peasantry income percentage, because if we have more food, we can go to a bigger level building and then get a higher base level peasantry off of putting the taxes up. It's a complex web we weave in order to extract the best amount of taxes possible. It's really going to Imperial City everywhere is probably what you want to do. It's 12 more food, but if you do it, because then you can get more of a multiplier out of it. Because it's 8 million in each city anyway, which most of our places, you know, pretty maxed. But what we want to do is get this to a regional city. Yes, we want to get more regional cities. We're getting plenty of everything. Granary here. Move Huang down there, and these guys are just, you know, if they want to move over here to Wu Wei, this is like a great place for them. Because if we have Jincheng and the city here, what are they going to do? They're going to spend a whole lot of time and a whole lot of agonizing resources trying to move from one place to the next. And we're going to cackle about it. It's going to be great.
稍事休息。 这就去办。
Go to ambush there. See if they can. Well, I don't even think they could march over. Right, they're in a pretty bad way. Sunyi's ambush continues apace, so we're just gonna stay here. And... oh, they can't cross the river here, can they?
把谋士叫来。
No, it's on this side that they can, but not here. Right. We'll just follow him there, you know. Push him along. You and Xiao, hopefully, will try to make landfall. It's good. You have to deal with negative population when repaired. Fair enough, I guess. Because I was thinking the whole time around trying to move with it. And you do sacrifice a lot of buildings to get public order management. And combine that with, I guess, you know, if you don't lean into the granary and peasantry income, which a bunch of factions may not want to. Here, I just worry about... because the duchy has... oh, now they're low satisfaction. Ah ha ha! You know, the loss of the leader, you know... well, I guess, too, Cao Cao probably had a bunch of things that made people happier. And this guy being a vanguard doesn't have those traits or anything. And now, you know, there's less lands around and losses have been had. But now, with the low satisfaction, I think we will build the network. Yes. And then probably next turn, we will try to extract them. We'll do an interference and then try to pull them out next turn or the turn after that. And then we will get a nice level 6 Silver Eminence on his way to Whitewater, which is, of course, the most fun thing you can do to the opponent, is sit somebody up on a hill and just say, oh, did you want to use some of your abilities today? too bad. Has to be where they can see him, though. Can't be too far away.
万物失节。
But no, this is my 4th campaign on the mod, and all I can really say about it is that it's, among the greatest mods I've ever played, has totally reinvigorated my interest in playing the game, and I just can't wait to basically play every single faction that there is, and see what they have to offer. It's so rewarding having all these characters, and there's so much more, like, all the tech is better, and all the buildings interact better. It's just awesome to play. Really love it. Because I had a good time with the vanilla game, but I found myself wanting more characters and cool stuff, because you play a little bit, and then people get executed, there's no uniques anymore. Make Them Unique did a bit of that, and then, of course, this one has even more uniques, and, shuffling around of some of the abilities and all, and it's just so cool when there's plenty of awesome characters and awesome abilities and faction effects to go around, and everybody has their chance to, really shine. Because, as a guy who loves Liu Bei and Shu and stuff, the base game leaves much to be desired. I haven't played them yet. That might be the next campaign we do, but we might give it a break and do something that's not like a traditional-ish campaign.
与我等并肩作战吧。
Because that was my, those are my favorite dudes before I played this game, and all those are my guys. So, and I know they have like a Legacy of Wu ambition thing, which that was my favorite mechanic in all of vanilla, was playing Sun Jian 194. Like, I loved that, and so that could be super cool, but. Might play one of the horse tribes just to see how that play. Might play Nonman just to see how they play. Even though, well, I mean, it's been a long time since we played the Nonman, but. Like, am I just going to play Lady Zhuang again? I do love her an extra big amount. Some people get some nice traits, and, the looters get a capital. Hunden Chong is now trying to make his way in, so we are going to be, we're going to be waiting for him. It's like, is he going to try to attack this city? If he does, we'll attack him right back. And this fool's trying to make landfall. That's not really going to work that well. What we need to do, actually, is get... We need to get Sun Hao over here, because Sun Hao, on this very big approach to Chang'an, will be devastating. If they try to land over here, the 3 turns it takes them, it's going to delete all of their military supplies. But really, I mean, this is just... His ability would be better spent in one of these areas, which we'll be able to get to. I mean, we can do that right now, right? Yeah, because there's no one on this side of the water. And if we just get over there, next turn, and then there'll be supplies list. We'll just move here to support. Nothing to worry about after all. We've got our garrison, and if they want to try to attack, I imagine they won't, and they'll just run over here, which is just fine. With us, Xing Daorong's guy mustering up the army of the elephant. Oh yeah, and she has the constellation thing there, of course, and she need a title she's been wisely guarding for quite some time. We can... I mean, that is pretty amazing, but... Lord of Thunder, yeah, the Lord of Thunder, because the elephant's thunder, that's what they call her. Everybody calls her that. And we will give her... There's still the question of Prince Liu Chong's crossbow, which I don't know who to give it to. I haven't decided. You know, his wife, his son the prince, his son Liu Lin, his daughter, his best friend. All of these would be theoretically acceptable. But Liu Lin is going to be put on assignment in the capital real quick, doing something productive, and, you know... Never mind, he is not going to do that. He has done all the assignments in the capital he could possibly do. Can do a teaching assignment here, right? Or, ooh, black markets. This is a non-stackable one. We're already doing that somewhere else. Yeah, that's right. We'll leave her on that then. Yeah, okay. Teaching assignment from him, and then Liu Lin can collect taxes even though this place doesn't really make money. You know, he can learn about that too. Yuan Shao has crossed over the river. No, he has marched over here to threaten Liu Bei, which is not going to work too well. Aha! Look at that! Cao Cao has been given land across the Yellow River. Why don't you just give up, Yuan Shao? No, he's quite far from wanting to do that, of course. Yeah, so here, this would be the desirable one. Got any stuff? No, no one ever does. Of course, trade agreement's good for them and good for me. You know, we pay them a little bit and they pay me a little bit right back, as is tradition. Guan Yinping, my girl. Alright, what we want to do here is... march to support in this direction. And they just abandoned their massive city here. They said, oh, well, I guess we can't hold it. But we're going to reduce the corruption faction-wide. Do we want to just build a big tax building here? I mean, yeah, why not? 1.4 million? Barely anyone, but with the peasantry income from the composite woodmaker and then that, yeah, this will be a very rich commandery. Might eventually give away some of these, but it's hard to say. We're gonna just... corruption reduce. And here we're just trying to get all the food we can. This place doesn't get any food at all. Hey, Anusa. How goes it? Shinsu gets to level 6. This guy, he's a living legacy. He is a legacy of nepotism, but in a good way. Chengdong has been an excellent finance minister for us, and then, of course, we put him up to being the Grand Excellency of Works after his fine work as Minister of Finance, when, you know, he did very good overseeing the treasury, even though no money was coming in. He did a great job. Did I get that replay from last time when you missed it? I'm not sure if I understand the question. I don't know the replay that you mean.
出发，召集众人，有要事商议。保持镇定。
And here, we're just going to be able to roll up in this direction.
坚定不移，做好准备。 打起精神来。
And then here we just push up, or, well, no, there's some pretty serious guys in this direction. Well, we need one more army, because here we'll just get these fellows into position and get them inside here in Donglai. But what do these people do? Well, you know, there's this to deal with, and then, well, no, this is fine, because we've got them isolated here. We can recruit another army here if Cao Cao presses up, but I don't think he can, right? We've got this army to move down. Chicken Rib Guy can help out everywhere that he is. And here we're going to swap. This garrison was awesome, and the replan mattered a lot then, but now I think the taxes is what we want. If we sweep down this way, they'll just, yeah, this is fine. We can just leave this army here a little bit. And we'll, we need an assignment over there. Yeah, we'll run this way, because this army will need to help. And that's where their capital is anyway. From here, they'll be able to very easily defend all of this from coming in. And then, you know, we've got our allies on the river to face against Cao Cao. And of course, at some point, the amount of money that he's losing is gonna really add up for him, right? Tons of corruption there. Be alright. We're working on it. We're working on the corruption, okay? And now with the faction support much more reasonable, we'll be able to get this army where it wants to be, which is dragons? Yeah. Oh, well, one of them anyway. The others will have to wait.
一鼓作气，召集商贾，我要。
As we lay in wait across the river, The Emperor's overarching designs unfold just as planned. Mwahaha. 34K a turn, and we're spending all of it every turn. Feels good, right? It feels good to always be broke. And knowing that the money's always going to roll in. What could ever go wrong with that? Well, also, if you don't have money, the computer knows you don't have money, so when you're trying to make deals, they don't try to soak you. When I was young and I had like 4 million, because I was making 300K a turn, people would want like 50 grand to do something, which is fine. You know, what's money? You know, you make that in a month, but oh, the siege. Yes, we did.
只能忍了。
Yes, I did play it again off stream. I saved the replay, but I didn't upload it. Yeah, that was I remember now. Hey, Luke.
你敢藐视我们？
We've been making very good progress against the duchy. This video started with a brawl, okay? So, you know how they were outside of the farmland, the grain estates? Well, they had those 2 armies. We fought them off, and then they brought another army in right after on that same intern, which I was not as prepared for happening intellectually. And yeah, but we fought them off again, and then we were able to drive them before us, executing several powerful generals. Liu Xie, long did you stand guard at the pass. Liu Xie, history may remember you as a villain because you were, but Liu Xie, in my heart, you will always be the guy that knocked Yuan Shu back from that pass like 100 freaking times. What a champion. We shall never see his like again. But we put 2 and 2 together. We beat up a lot of people. There were gold weapons on gold weapons there. They're executed. And oh, by the way, you know who runs the duchy away now?
到此为止了。
Cao Zhu, the courageous warrior. Why? Well, Cao Cao was executed at the hands of Zhu Hong. Also, Lu Xun is level 10 now. Baller.
诸侯之天下。杀呀！
But yes, we're getting it all the way done here. All the way done. Later, Anessa. Yeah, 59 years young. Indeed, you know, he got just 4 years less than the world would have given him. You're good at this. I'm glad that you're feeling well and doing well, and I'm doing well as well, yes.
一统
But
天下。
I will speak to you later, my friend. It was nice to see you today. Now, you know, our corruption reduction is working in some places and, you know, less so in others. But, of course, we keep on building buildings, but they can't increase our efficiency faster than we can decrease it with our new acquisitions. But that reminds me, of course, oh, we're at negative food, jeez.
扫清烈
All these
火
imperial cities, right? Alright, so we're just gonna... Alright, so we'll just downgrade this one. And there we go. Good enough. Yeah, we captured, like, 3 Imperial cities pretty recently there. But yeah, we'll just downgrade that one. Level 9 is what you need for the Grand Judiciary that gives you the faction-wide corruption, right? So level 9 is the desirable one for us. Level 10 gives you 2 more building slots, which is pretty good, but... Oh, you could drop it after you get it to 9? That is nice. Because there's really no point in being at 9 compared to 8, except for that. Right, so it still works. Okay, excellent. Most excellent indeed. I would much prefer to stay at level 8 for the 6 slots, because you don't really need... You know, 9 doesn't get you anything but the ability to build the thing, right? Well, in the prestige, which doesn't matter. Alright, cool. Like, you just gotta see if they're selling food, you know, because they can do that sometimes, which is very silly. Very silly indeed. And you're like, how could you sell food? Looking on corruption. Well, in some places it's very high, and in places with an administrator and with an assignment to lower it, it's in the 40s. But a lot of the faction-wide corruption buildings are about to finish up. You know, because we didn't have, like, any. They were all the other ones. But... You know, we're about to be making some progress on them. But yeah, where there's nothing... This one's probably got a web on it, so it's a 65, because it's got the web of adjacent commanderies. But yeah, you know, in the 50s or 60s, in most places here, this would be one where, yeah, 89% without a web of reduction from other buildings, or without, yeah, so, a whole dang truckload of it. Speaking of, we don't need to be holding on to these lands. Zhang Liao is here, and we're going to...
恢复原样。向前进军。
Now, Sima Yi is our spy.
心如利刃。
But we can't make contact with him, and so we'll just go and ambush here. We're losing a little bit of supplies, it's not a big deal. Oh, I didn't even notice he was here. Oh, ignored warlord, not by me. You should have joined me. How dare you? How very dare you? And in 213, no less. I mean, whenever he joined, you know, they hadn't been in rebellion yet, but... Alright, so we can get him with 6%. He's in March. We're going to roll him up. Beautiful.
全力奋战，则战无不胜。
Oh, and then the death of Cao Cao was amazing. He was encamped, and he got, like, all of these reinforcements, and they all charged out of the encampment because there was, like, an encampment that got reinforced from 2 other armies that were a little beat up and the city, and we were able, you know, to just beat them down. It was glorious.
讨平乱贼，澄清四海。
Portraits of mod characters, right? And in me just flipping through them. Alright, and then we will get him the line of sight. Oh yeah, because we want to get to this Guardian thing. The Guardian is very cool. Oh, and his ability, egotistical goading. Once he starts filibustering and waxing poetical, those who hear him cannot help but want to shut him up. So this... Oh! This makes people impetuous. This taunt... He has the, whatever, I did not even know this. So this is the... It'll give him negative armor and fatigue, and it'll make everybody that he hits impetuous, so it'll just charge forward, I think is what it'll do. So that could be pretty nice. I don't think it does it to my guys. I think it's... because it's bad, right? Sometimes I'm like, wait... Like, I remember on Zhang Fei's ability, I thought for a long time that it reduced his own abilities, because I was like, well, that's bad. I don't want to do that. And we're just going to send Xian to spy here, because she's, like, the best at scouting. And then Sima Yi is going to jump out there. How's that for a plot? And of course, with the death of Cao Cao, what possible thing could you reasonably have to go there? Xu Rong and Liu Chong become Oathsworn. That's great. Xu Rong, you old... he's finally fraternal. Really getting along. You're right. You don't have to say it every time. You can restrain yourself. Alright, we've already got the corruption here, so we just need to reduce that, and then we'll downgrade the city next turn, because it doesn't need to be level 10 if we've already got the Office of Archives and Seals. But all of these places can indeed go to that level, and we're going to go and get tax collection here? Yeah. And now we're in this area, which is going to reduce their military supplies like a lot. They're in their little encampments, but how much is that going to help them, I wonder? These are not good armies either. These are not good armies at all. I mean, sure, they got some defenders of ways, and they're pretty scary. But the rest of them, very respectable militia groupings, right? Peasant bands. Speaking of, this guy, what we want to do here is move to ambush and see if we can get him to walk right into the trap. And it is winter time, so we will move Lu Bu up here because this is smart. We've got plenty of supplies due to the building, so we're just going to move up this way and see if we can catch them in a little trap here. See if they will make a mistake. Can't put a palace there because that's supposed to be what he got in trouble for conceptually. Right. Maybe a temple for me buried in. Could be. Yes, I have been thinking of that as well. You know, how do we properly honor it? We made a grand academy here, but you know, even as a center of learning and you know a happy place for people to live, you know, it still leaves something to be desired. Because I was thinking too that if we need a wrinkle to fire Dao Ying, it's gonna be like he's gonna be like, you know, the prince didn't mourn his father long enough before he took an army up to kill Cao Cao and everything, and then the emperor is gonna flip his gourd about it, just absolutely lose his mind on him. And I was just brainstorming. I don't know if we're gonna do it or not. Maybe, like, the accusation will come, so the emperor will call him back with his army to the capital, and then, you know, give him titles instead, and be like, this guy wanted me to get rid of you! Making Ding Yi very afraid.
以柔克刚。我已归来，百姓是否安好？
We move here, and we're just gonna go to ambush, heal up a little bit, and then, you know, move on in. And we're not gonna try to be aggressive here. We don't know what they have over here. Once this scout comes in, we'll be able to do it. We're just gonna move up to the border and move to ambush. They won't know we're here. They'll never suspect a thing. So I'd hate to destroy the school because they're nice, but they don't like, you know, we don't have to have one there. Not after, because we're building another one here, and, you know, with the Grand Temple City being, you know, just right around the way, you know, it makes more sense to send everybody over that way to study anyway. Liu Xie, yes, technically unfilial for him to do it, but yeah, and that'll be the argument, you know, like, yes, his father died and he should have spent a year in mourning, but what was he supposed to do? None of the other armies were there. If Liu Chong had done what a prince should do, he would have stayed out of the affairs the entire time. If Liu Chong had done what a prince should do, then none of us would be here right now. But Liu Chong, oh yeah, because he as well, yeah, well, he got the troops, yeah, so. I wasn't even thinking of it on that angle. Because I would have wanted to give it to the prince, obviously, but the prince was the administrator, and I think was in that little in-between area of time, and so was, you know, not able to pick up the army. But he's, you know, he's doing plenty good on his own. He's already level 5. He's been getting into it. He won a duel with a sentinel, no less, you know. But yes, Luke. So, Luke, what do you think about the question of the crossbow? Do we give it to the oldest son? Do we give it to the wife, to Lady Hu, to show, like, how much he grew to secretly appreciate her skills and talents? Do we give it to Liu Lin, the second son, who, you know, was going to be the emperor for a brief period of time? Do we give it to the oldest daughter? I don't know. I don't know. Because I was thinking giving everything to the prince would be normal, right? Giving him the horse and... Yeah, right now the lady who is riding the horse at the moment, but, you know. We haven't distributed all of the stuff. Han Xian's riding Dailu. Naturally. Shouldn't get the crossbow. That's what I was inclined to. Because that would require him, like, leaving it to her in the will. I don't even think he would have wanted her to be riding the horse, honestly. Yeah, you know, she just wanted to understand him, you know. She's got a refined crossbow. Very funny to give it to someone who doesn't even like the weapon. But I was like, 'cause who would he want, right? Who would he want to get it? this is our most recent son there. Oh yeah, these books don't matter to you, buddy. You're not... He was born scarred. Pacifist, enigmatic, and intrepid. Liu Lin. You know, when he was born, he was going to be the emperor. Now look at him. But yeah, I just don't know who to give the crossbow to, because that's like the most important thing. And the blade of Shangyu we haven't given to a guy yet either. Picked up the blue blade off of Cao Ren and, you know, gave it to our daughter here, and then the lady who has the combo for the melee evasion in the army. She's actually, like, quite a solid duelist herself now with 46 evasion. Plus the pump ability for it, you know, and very, very solid weapons. It's pretty funny how with 10 evasion for that, 10 from the horse, and 5 from the bodyguard, you can add up to pretty big numbers. Because that's like almost Sentinel levels of evasion. Go to another one. Naturally true. Yeah, because the thing is, like, it should be kept in the family, though, right? Or at least to somebody the prince knew well. We can't just give it to nobody. Yeah, we don't have them, of course, right? Travels are up, yeah. Alright, that's all on that front. Yes, everything on every front.
心怀忠正。
He's close with that'd be Liu Xie. And giving it to Liu Chong would be good, right? Because he's already got the retinue, and yeah, Liu Xun would be very good too, and you know, because he has a bow, but getting him the princess crossbow would be nice. The ammunition for the retinue is immaterial, right? Yeah, Liu Xun, yeah, that would be the best, wouldn't it? Because I mean, they were best friends, so. And he's the guardian of the people, you know? And of course, Yushin walks right into our ambush, hearing that the cities of the duchy were falling all around. He thinks, I'm gonna make a difference. He was wrong. Oh, you want to go? Yeah, very well, I accept. The cavalry, cowards, all try to run away. Every man among them trying to save their own skin. Yujin, you may be a fearsome fighter, but you are up against Huang, who was born with 81 melee evasion, and only gets more later on. The Imperial troops rolled over the foe, in ambush as they are. They are unable to stand up to our might. Wuhan Raiders popping their axes on. And the crossbows absolutely melting them on this front, and then rolling up here. Xu Huang, who is absolutely definitely going to win this fight, no question. And is putting the deluge on him, not that that would do anything to him, but it's about sending a message, right? And of course, he's tenacity all the way up, but that doesn't matter because we have 80% melee evasion, and that's a lot better than 40. It's more than twice as good. It's so much more than twice as good. Luo Jun, speaking of twice as good, beating them down. So you have trouble with active abilities on units, so I have no trouble with other heroes. You know, I struggle with both of them, right? But these Wuhan Raiders, I actually love this unit, right? They have axes, and then you get to double their damage, which is, I mean, totally respectable. And axes is just really nice on Cav because there's a lot of situations where, you know, you get the shields down now, okay, they don't get that evasion from it, or the block, and look how badly Xu Huang tunes them up. Ooh, and that's what a real Sentinel is like. 81%, baby. A monster. 81% with 71% armor. I mean, and the shield evasion, you know, 96% from the front. Say, I think I like a Wuhan campaign of the Northern Tribals. I like all the Wuhan units and generals. Yeah, you know, I do feel that way about them, and I was thinking about it too. Because, I mean, like, I love tenacity. I love a Vanguard, right? I love a Vanguard. And Tenacity of Steel, we know, is the best. You know, whenever, if I ever actually get to working on the narrative videos for this, which I constantly daydream about, I'm going to be playing so much less video games, because I haven't edited a single video in my life. I'm going to have to learn it all from the ground up. Yes, the Zombie Headhunters, and that'll be awesome, because I love those units. They're the best.
我等信念如一，这便是上天的恩赐。
Hey, bodyguard there. Chufu, you should not be fighting for these scoundrels. Yujin, I don't get your swords? Well, we don't have a personal relationship with you, buddy, and there's been an edict. And that goes for everybody fighting for Cao Cao. We don't have a relationship with you, and there's been an edict. Y'all need to give up and leave that faction. You all had your chances. Jian Yong here is hanging out with Cao Cao there, which is shameful. So you like the Zhongnu the most, biased towards commanders for the satisfaction. You flow tribute. You know, the tribute is good. And I do like the Zhongnu cataphracts. You know, the 60 model count is pretty solid there. And, you know, they got the shields. They're sort of like, in my head, I look at them as like a better version of Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Zhuge Zhuan, you're still alive? I mean, of course you are, buddy. Sorry about that thing with your daughter. I didn't, you know, mean to set her aside and insult him. Generally say the Zhanbei you think are weaker. Head accepted. And their ballistic rain. Oh man, they had a Zhanbei. They had a ballistic rain at the defense we were doing. They killed like a whole unit of Imperial guards with it. It hurt. I mean, not like in one shot, it took a few. Liu Yu has been killed by old age, and Lian Ji, or by somebody else for all we know. And we get a Noble's Leather and a Kendra Jian to go with it. Diviner, Engineer, Bodyguard, all sorts of stuff. Choked out, choked out, choked out.
今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。
Ah, Jian Yong, you want to join me? Good, because I didn't really want to axe you anyway. Cao Xing, welcome to the party. Lady Xiahou, we're going to give you a better life than history did. You're not going to have to marry anybody you don't want to.
谨遵命令，勇夺荣耀。
Flaming shot? I mean, yeah.
大义将临，莫敢不从，为天下黎民。拿起武器。
Do your conception interesting for you? I do like healing, right? And their spears seemed very good. Whenever I was looking at the units' abilities. Starting position is on the part of the world that's the least desirable, right? But maybe I will like it over there for all I know.
人们才会交口称赞。心如利刃，稍事休息。
So they're raiding there, but we'll hit him here. Oh, we can't catch him? Silly.
不要分心。
Oho Sai here. I'm like, I know Oho and you're no Oho. That reminds me, I still have to watch today's sumo. The tournament. The tournament. It is a great tournament indeed. I'm having a great time with it. Alright, I mean... Let's see... Speed? Fatigue resist? Yeah, I'm like, what makes a difference at this point, right? Ooh. This guy, 12 military supplies, but he's 26, so he would have only come of age in 207. I'm like, military supplies would be very good if you got them early. That could make a big difference on, like, a migration sort of thing. And the comic storyteller lives out. Oh, yeah, and the old diplomat. Sorry, literally right next door to Gongsun. Yeah, you know, one of those things where you figure out a way to win the early game, or the early game's over, and your whole game's over, and you get to start over again. Peasantry income. Hey, taxation is almost as much as tributaries now. Our work against corruption is very much doing well. Raid the bay with pirates. Lady who's experienced army. Zhu Chu killed? No, of course not. Gorgia, how could you? Just because I did that to Zhao Huyun and I said it was a great idea doesn't mean... Jeez. What's wrong with you, buddy? You know I like that guy? It's one thing when it's Xiahou Yuan, who I just played in the video game sometimes, but this was Shu Chu, who I played in the video game all the time. How dare you, sir? People are getting a little bit of low satisfaction. It's time to fill Yulin and corrupt it. It's not that many people that are unhappy, though. We need another black market thing here. They're part of a ruling family, not a relative. Anybody you get in your faction that's already in a ruling family, you can use for marriages and stuff. But it uses the same marker. Like, Karun is from that family, but she's not, like, in our ruling family at all, I don't think, but she's still marked, you know, with ruling family because of that. And because he's married to somebody that is part of the ruling family in that faction, he gets the marker. If you can diplomat marry than relatives, no. No, not so. Because I know this for a fact, because we have gotten vassals, heirs pulled in, and then you can do diplomatic marriages on them. If you can do a diplomatic marriage, they're part of a ruling family, and if you have them in your family, you can do them for that. Here, let us demonstrate. Not him, because he's in our family, so we can't suggest it. But you can get people.
欢迎朋友。
I think.
朕准你觐见，实应叩谢天恩。
But maybe they're all linked in now and we can't.
别来无恙。
Because I swore in the past it let me diplo marriage people that were not in my family at all as soon as we got them from a vassal. But we wouldn't have gotten them from a vassal. Who did we get from a vassal? Yeah, because she is part of a ruling family, but not ours, because it was... Everyone marries everyone, yeah.
到此为止了。到此为止了。
Yeah, okay, so here we can offer marriage of any of these people, right? And I don't think that I don't think that they're all in my ruling family. Because these are distant relatives, right? But let's mouse over. Nope, I guess they are all distant relatives. Okay, yeah. It's like none of these are just ruling families. Nope, they're all related to me somehow. Even though I swore it was just that we But no, let's test it though. Because it says that, but like maybe... Let's test it. 'Cause that's a lot of people that shouldn't be able to be married in our own faction. But no, yeah, I guess we're just looking... Yeah, there we go. See? This is a person marked as a distant relative, and this is a person marked as a distant relative, and it will let us marry them because they're not actually the same kind of relative, right? And then, like, this is the Dao family here. Same thing. They're marked, available for diplo marriages. Yeah, there you go. So in some circumstances, you can definitely have the marker and still get it there. Because Sun Jian, you know, that was, they were both marked as distant relatives, but were able to be married. Hooray!
真是浪费时间。
And of course, yeah, because we could offer him or them as, yeah, we could offer either of them as marriageable things, so they're both related to us, but we could also marry them in. Oh no, yeah, that was Longjia, yeah, and she was marked with ruling family because she is the child of Liu Chong, who is not marked as a relative for Liu Xie, even though the son got adopted in. But yeah. But let's look a little further right. Yeah, because she can marry... But no, not a lot of these people, because they are marked as relatives properly for a lot of these with her, right? You know, Lu Bu, the Gongsun family, the Sun family, but I'm like, is there anybody marked that she can marry? Like, he would be allowed to marry Lady Hu? Like, maybe he's the weird one. Liu Yin is in distant relative, but he would be allowed to marry... almost nobody. Yeah, weird. Yeah, I think maybe it's, yeah. Sometimes distant relative means different things, I suppose. Anyway. The relationship is a bit overzealous, indeed. You know, and I guess they, you know, they do have all the genealogical things. That was a long time to spend on menus, I feel like, but it's fine. Also, it's time for the Mandate of Heaven. That's right, the yellow capstone ability. Prestige, admin, satisfaction, negative corruption. And that makes us, I mean, thousands. I think that made us 6,000 from that corruption reduction, you know. And, of course, it makes everybody quite a lot happier. Removes the need for filial and incorrupts pretty well. Now we just have to have them to counteract the corruption reduction abilities that we use. Not that much of a problem in base game where there's aren't tons of sons, wife, and daughters. Indeed, you know, making more of the canonical female characters into the game does make it so, you know, they get married off more. This is definitely much more spare, you know, without making them unique, adding all of them in. And obviously you can just marry somebody that isn't special, you know, through the Find a Wife button, which... You know, the Find a Wife button. If any of y'all know the musical Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, then you already know what I'm going to say. You know, you just go around the street singing "Bless Your Beautiful Hide," and before long you'll find exactly what you need to. Wherever you may be. And if you aren't familiar with Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, if you read, like, the plot synopsis, you'll be like, this is insane. This is not the story of a musical. Are you kidding? But it is, though. That is. Anyway, if you're not familiar, but you want to see the best dance sequence maybe ever put to film, watch the barn raising scene. You can find it on YouTube. Anyway, that's enough about Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. I mean, it isn't. I could talk more. Cao Pi is here. He never was made into the heir. He has a fondness for the kingdom of Song. Well, why don't you go live there?
出发。回家的感觉真不错。定国安民，我已归来。
I guess we should have pressed forward to it, but they were too afraid. We're gonna march this army up. They won't be so afraid. Chicken rib guy is scandalized. Okay, this is the unique set weapon that goes with the Fire Phoenix one. Got it.
定乱安民。
Got the visibility. Sun Run is here again. So Huang's still alive. And here, Liu Xie can just keep on rolling up this way. Zhang Liao, of course, doing his thing there. We've got a ton of money to spend. Let's just do some of it. Oh wait, that's right. We need to get It's time to show up in the south. Lady Wu says, if you find my worthless husband, I don't care what we do to him. I've had it with him. And who else should come on the journey? Sima Yi can't be trusted along this trip, right? Although he does get along with them, and it would be fun. But really, a guy like Sima Yi ingratiated himself with the Empress here would be... Yeah, because they show up here, and he explains that he's recently left Cao Cao and can be of assistance. Alternately, we do, like, somebody who's already in favor. But yeah, you know, he's like, oh yes, I was a spy for many years for you, you know, and now, you know, because the ingratiating move, you know, this is his chance. Yeah, this is his chance. Yeah, let's get him in here. Mounted archers, naturally. And from here in the south, we'll be able to continue onward against the foe. These are totally solid weapons for her to use. Yeah, it's fine. I like the towers, but I like the melee evasion too. No, we need Shaman because she's supposed to be trying to capture people. Alright, here. H is where we want to be. This place is making such cash. Alright, how do we boost it even more? Industry or commerce? Yep, surplus markets, because the reserves is something to sacrifice, but if it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. Very nice, and then hit him with the tax collect. Making a ton of money out of this one. 7,500 from Liu Chong, down to 25% corruption. Of course, it feels so good to finally get a handle on the corruption of the Empire. Yeah, because, yeah, perfection. Dude, Sun Hao is so strong, because he's up here. This whole thing is part of this area, so he is reducing all their military supplies by 25. And, yeah, even though they're encamped, they're totally crunched by that. What we're gonna do is... move up here in the dark. I'm like, they're not gonna have any help in this direction, so let's just go for it, right? And here, we're gonna hit them. They'll run. They won't run. Now they'll run. His resource starts to supply hard forged territory. Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, look at me go then. They get pushed into here, but we're gonna be able to send them back. But, I mean, negative 25 is just so good. And we could be using the red buildings to reduce it further, but I just usually go with the ones that, you know, do the other thing. Ma Chun. You're a rival with our... You're a rival with the Emperor. Well, then, that's not very smart for you, is it? You can have one. The champion gets to level 5. Good, good, good. One closer to Binding Fury. Yes. Zhong, you know, they're getting some Imperial retinues out there now. That's Lady Liu, the envious matriarch. Yeah, I was just reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms of Yuan Shao's death, and man, does she ever come off bad there. I mean, yikes, lady. Jeez, Louise, like, what is wrong with you? Don't answer that. Anyway, if y'all don't know, she behaves very badly in the aftermath of her husband's death. Just very badly. And I'm just there like, what? No, what? No, don't do that. Yeah, I'm just moving through Romance of the Three Kingdoms now. You know, I'm on chapter 31, which is, you know, a quarter of the way through. Everybody likes the first half best, right? That's before all the cool people die. Alright, we have a couple more admins we need to distribute. But where? Chen Chong has one. Wudu has one. Zhao, do we need one here? No, we need... This one has big potential. No, this one. This is the one we need. This will be the new one to target with power. So who deserves a good job? Well, Kuai Yue has been down here showing the flag the whole time, right? Yeah, he's been with us for a long time. And, yeah, let's go ahead and give him the job. I mean, Li Feng would be a good choice, though, too. Or, even better, a little bit of nepotism for the Imperial family, yes. Liu dies old.
家人就应像树林一般齐心协力。
We don't want to give Sima Yi a good job yet. Well, I think here... we can... yeah, we'll just reward Kuai Yue.
大人到此，蓬荜生辉。
And we'll get him some units, and then he'll be able to drop there. Not that it should matter, but you know, because he had some decent things here, we'll be able to... oh, well, we want the... yeah, because it's percentage commerce. We don't have any actual commerce stuff. It's all just peasantry here, but we can build commerce buildings. We know how. Anyway, just having that peasantry better. I mean, it's fine. Well, we can move a dude around if it's not a great space for it. But we need one more admin. Where here?
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
Yeah, we'll just put someone here that's good at farming. Here you go, Li Feng. This will be a good place for you. The Bitter Gust. Let's give him something that makes him better at, you know, doing his thing. There we go, and then he'll be trying to do his job well. Let's, Oh, we're too broke. Yes, we're too broke. It's okay. We've built the buildings once more, and everything is awesome. You know, Yuan Shao is certainly trying to have a time. Now, we're making regular payments to the Duchy of Shuhan. How did he get to be a duchy, right? How did he get enough prestige out of these places? But I guess, you know, if he built his level 10 thing, maybe his faction mechanic gives it to him too, right? It's been a long time since I played Liu Bei and haven't played him at all in this mod pack, but... Oh yeah, well, it looks like he is rolling over the north here. 2 tier 10s, right, yeah. And then a couple of the palace things that give you something. And maybe he took the yellow tech and got 100 out of Mandate of Heaven, you know? Imperial City, I mean 50. But a Judiciary will get you, you know, 40 more if you go to Archives and Seals. Which I don't think I saw that there. But, you know, you can get 90 out of it there per city. But still, I mean, I guess it's only, what, 300 for a duchy. It's not 500. 500's king. Alright, Pirate Raid almost worked, but Yuan Shao was there. Because the wider Yuan Shao spreads his focus, the better it is for us, obviously. You know, he's opening this war in the north. What's that going to get him? It's going to get him looters. And it's going to get him overextended. Because we don't have any land up there we care about. We only have the cities on the rim, on the mountains. And can he come in and take Chang'an? No. Absolutely cannot. Certainly not with a full garrison and army there as well. Ta demands their autonomy, and they will pay me, and we will get paid, and they will give us food. Yes. You know, this is what we want to see in the world. She's a queen. Maybe she lives on that one awesome island. But, you know, she saw where the lines were getting drawn, and she figured, why not pay the Emperor? Seems better than the alternative. But what we need to do very soon is restructure the Empire. Right? Restructure it from the vassalage system and bring people that are trusted and beloved into the umbrella of Empire so they can share in the tributes of the less valued people. Huang Zhong becomes wise, Yalu becomes formidable, and Liu Xie becomes modest. Huh, look at there. And we get a silver sword and shield. Very good. And Shinsu and Liu Xie become friends. Good for them. This place we actually might go to level 10. I'm like, Didn't we just downgrade it? No, we wouldn't have. Oh, we might have. Alright, so here we only have 95 supplies. They will run low here in a bit, but, you know, we're hardly thinking that they're going to be in dire straits. Oh, we could... Oh, we could make for the water and be there, like, immediately, huh? That's awesome! How efficient. And, you know, so they either... If they attack next turn before we get there, so what? You know, are they... Do you really think they're going to have a good time against 8 Royal Guard and some Cav? They won't. Plus, we got, like, gold weapons up in here, you know. We got the British... We got the blue blade here, the blade of blue. But here, we actually just moved to March, and they'll probably bounce off. Alternately, you know, and we'll all get to fight. But that'll be good anyway. And here, we know Cao Qing's over here with her force. No, she's right here. Well, that's okay. Can't really do too much on that front. We're going to move to the farmland here. And if she comes to try to defend this, that'll be all to the better. She can't really hit there, so that's working just fine. And Zhang Liao is able to move in here and get rid of the duchy's holdings, or rather will next turn get rid of the duchy's holdings there. And he's running solo on supplies, and now we're gonna run in and hit him. No, we're going to just... Alright. We can give you... this... Put the Superior's Crafter on, the Storm from the Steppe. You know, let's put that name to the test before too long. Xuexian is going to come out of the mountains here. She's either going to move for Chang'an or she's going to get ambushed here. Either one is fine. Alright, none of these guys have reach. You'll be in charge of the army.
Why she wouldn't work for us, but we are supposed to... Yeah, we're the Han. Yeah, exactly. She was working with Liu Biao, which makes sense, because he was an enemy of the Han and was trying to overthrow us, you know, even though we were, you know, his rightful overlords.
开战，不留活口。 杀他们个片甲不留！
But Lubu will take that, and of course we won't need to worry about this guy coming in because this is like zero movement terrain there. You're supposed to come in over the mountain pass to get here and then through the various trails, right? That's what you are supposed to do. This guy is taking the insane way across, which is not going to work. He's already out of military supplies and is suffering attrition. Get wrecked, buddy. Counteract corruption there. Filial and incorrupt to counteract it. Oh no, like if they don't like the administrator, right, then we should send them somewhere else where they do. You know, you gotta think about the harmony. I mean, you don't have to, but you can make them friends and stuff, and that's good. You know, it's good to have friends in the crew. All right, here do we just go to the mint? No, that's silly. Can just make forges for a bit until we figure out what we're supposed to do with our lives. Alright, everything is good there, and then here, he is a little outside of our range, so we're just going to go to ambush, and then we will... Well, he needs to continue on his path, right, and then here... We'll follow him up, because Jincheng has, you know, a hapless heir watching over it. But anyway, it'll, you know, if somebody gets moving closer to there, we'll be able to get their heir too long. These people will hopefully walk right into our trap, and we'll be able to destroy the envious matriarch. $40K, our taxation now finally making some money, right? Liu Yong had only 20% corruption with everything rolling together on it. Which, you know, if you said, my government is only 20% corrupt, I would be like, ooh. Ooh. Alright. But in this game, 20% corruption's fine. It just sounds bad compared to, like, 0, right? But... This upkeep we might want to keep, but I mean, maybe not. Maybe we just trade it to him because, I mean, that'll help him a lot, and yeah. Compared to a reform. Yeah, you know, Guo Jie's reforms have certainly worked, you know. He, and with the addition of his wise wife, you know, they're really doing a lot of great work together, you know, keeping the corruption down, making everything good for the people. It's like, oh, by the way, good news, you fools. Liu Xie is here. She heard that you were reaving in our lands, and the Empress has ridden down from the north on a very, very fast horse, seeking the Imperial Seal ever. And now, of course, we have a vague idea of where it could be found-ish. Court Noble Tai Shi? No. If that's the case, then he's just bouncing around, and I'm sure he'll bounce out of there before too long. But if we see him on the field with Taishi's banner, then we do have to, you know, try to do something about him. Oh, he's just like going around in the pool and stuff, yeah. Well, I should hope they won't recruit him. They all should know that he is the enemiest of the Han. There is no enemy that the Han have before him. Yeah, speaking of, time to get Sima Yi a good old reinforced sword and shield. That'll please him. Well, you know, I wonder if Yuan Shu is dead. Because really, like, Liu Ji is just very, very outraged. About the whole seal thing. She wants it back. But it's surprising that he wouldn't end up with Yuan Shao. Because internally, right, the Sun family had been linked at the hip with Yuan Shu, regardless of if they were planning or pretending to be at war with them. They clearly were conspiring because we know it. We know they were. That's why. Because the Emperor didn't give him the 9 bestowments, and yet the seal of the Emperor was on it. How could we know the Emperor didn't do it? Because the Emperor doesn't have his seal.
稍事休息，讨平乱贼，澄清四海。正在行进，正在行军。该反思一下。
Like y'all, it's fast to walk through the pass. You gotta stop trying to go around the other way.
"土地无人，好比人之无魂。
Because right now we can...
不等大业，
Oh, whoops. We can just push him off is what we can do. Yeah, it looks like Ta is just the queen of her little island over there, which I do love. I totally love the idea of just having a little island over there and then coming out 35 years later. Like when you play a civilization game and go to the moon. I assume she's making rockets over there. Because Yuan Shao, like, the Emperor hates him, but Liu Ji doesn't have, like, a personal thing against him. She hated Cao Cao
你我携手
for the siege of the
共夺荣
capital,
耀
where she lost her eye and all, and then, you know, for eventually ending up with her,
如你所愿。
with her lance in the family, and then the traitors and all that, but, you know, like, really, she just wants the seal very badly. Okay, guys, you want to brawl? Actually, man, I'm getting hungry. So, yeah, it's because I don't know why they don't think these amazing border guards are good, but, you know, 48 AP is good. They're just repeating crossbows, but they'll get their work in, you know. The armored archers are fine. We got peacekeepers and camp crushers. We got Lu Bu. Have you met him? They call him a warrior without equal. And Dong Li can actually really tune people up too. I mean, she's got the old hedonistic rant. Rival plus Oathsworn for her. Oathsworn for Lu Bu, you know. Like he needs it. Well, this will be... Yeah, we'll do this, and then I will... and then this will be the last fight for the video. Get some food, and then maybe we'll be back on later on today for a different thing. But yeah, definitely made some great progress here. Cao Cao has been cast down. Of course, the battle with the Duchy of Wei continues, but we know that most of it's done. Our duty remains even in this savage heat. It's raining in the desert. Good times. Now we need to win this handily so that we can win the siege afterward. Dongbai is gonna go and just murk a dude. We're actually all going to go and just murk some dudes, right? Alright, so let's give us the maximum amount of space here. Camp crushers to follow up, border guards in the front. Fire arrows are, and they shoot slower. When you're limited on ammo, that's of course not undesirable at all. Cut the fire rate in half, they're still shooting real quick. Cavalry to smash in the center. Yeah, because Dong Li is a rival with Dongbai and Oathsworn to Lu Bu. So she double dips and becomes really very scary. Of course, she doesn't get Tenacity of Steel. She's really quite scary without it. But she is just gonna go for the snipe on this guy. Shoot at these Lancer Militia, and boom! He's marked for death. Boom, baby! That's my girl! That's my girl! The bow of Ganning thrums in Dongbai's hands, and the general of the enemy falls down deader than doornails are dead. Get wrecked. We're gonna burn this arrow tower. These sisters, I think they're sisters. I think Dong Li is Dong Zhuo's daughter, and that Dong Bai is also his daughter. I thought Dong Li is Nia Fu's wife, and Nia Fu is his son-in-law. I think. But yes, it is funny, because they don't get along, right? They don't get along. Dong Bai doesn't get along with a lot of people. It's nothing against her. Nothing against them either. Just is what it is, right? And then we're going to turn our fire to this vanguard. Known for their archery, Lu Bu and the Dong sisters, unless one's is their aunt. Fire away! Oh, and look at that beautiful arc. Oh, it sort of lands a little bit next to him. Look, oh, now he's walking towards us. Oh, he'll regret that. Dong Bai just totally gets up in there on it. Alright. She doesn't have the same arc to the bow, right? But we'll turn here. He's running. Because this is my idea of a great time, you know? You just... You get the militia and you're like, oh, by the way, you caught Lu Bu. Good news, fellas.
准备好了，冲啊！
But with all this area between us and our, like, where's our army? Forever far away. This is the way to fight on the steppe, right? Because if you have the bows with your main characters, Dongbai, you know, her bow doesn't have fire while moving or 360, so it's a lot harder for her to get her shots out, but... I mean, she already got her snipe, right? She already got it done. Can't remember if Dongbai's a granddaughter. Ah, I see. I thought it was his daughter because the whole... how I remember the story is she was of an inappropriate age and he wanted to marry her to Sun Jian anyway. Or to arrange a marriage. Whether, obviously, I don't think he was marrying her off. But, and this like, you know, this was unsuitable because of that. But I thought it was his actual daughter. Because she vanishes from the historical record. You know, we know what probably happened. Obviously, anytime somebody in a family that did bad things or neutral things that were looked at unfavorably, you know, fell from favor, we kind of know what happened to their whole family. Granddaughter. Oh, okay, there you go. Shows what I remember. I thought it was his daughter, though. I guess it'd still be a political marriage between their houses with the granddaughter. And I guess him being the granddaughter doesn't really lower the authority at all in there. Well, I guess if it was like a full daughter anyway, because there wasn't anything, you know, that would be surprising at his wife's age. But Dongli is the daughter then, and so that was the like niece thing. Who's her mom, I wonder? And Dongbai sees him running and says, oh, you're trying to get away? Oh, not today, buddy. Not today. Lets another arrow fly. I think he might have actually gotten away from it, though. Hitting in the damage on the Cataphractoi. Lubu eats a little bit of a charge there. Needs to get out of that. Because right now, they are moving into the kill box where the archers and all of that are going to be moving in. Dongbai needs to get to the back. And we got the cav onto those fellows, and then we're gonna charge here. And Lubu's having an absolute party with it. And Dongbai is gonna shoot him as he runs away. Tempered deflection, a perfect time for it. We just need to get the cav over to this flank. Bu here. Dongli there. All of our forces on this front doing wonderfully. Camp Crushers into the center. Cav looping through here. Lock down those fools. Get here on the heavy crossbows. That's just what we don't want shooting us, right? Right. Dongbai gets embroiled a little bit on the spears. You know, as long as she keeps moving, that is all fine. Rear charge there. Frontal charge into swordsman. Dongbai, the bravest and most successful of girls, runs right into these heavy spear guards, knowing that they were looking the wrong way. And Lu Bu is going to jump in here and probably inspire all of these guys to run away with the rage of Lu Bu. Boom! And that, of course, puts the hurt on the block. Dongbai allowing herself to get... Oh, the spear's charged behind her. I'm like, I thought we were fine. The spear's charged behind her. Let's get out of there. But running to and fro here. The Western Border Guards brawling, just being a brawler about it, doing so good. The Sword Guards running rather further than we would have wanted them to. Boom, boom, boom. Camp Crushers getting it done. Oh, we should move to this direction. In here, we're shooting everything into all of these guys. And the Camp Crushers with a sick rear charge flank. This is exactly what you want to see. The arrows blotting out the sun. The Camp Crushers, the elite infantry of Lu Bu, just coming in on the flank and carving up these fools. Sure, they only got like 10 kills, but in my head, it was a devastating move. There we go. There's more of them wanting to get in. They were all just waiting their turn, right? The game makes up Dong question, right? Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know Dongbai's name. I did remember that quite well. You know, if it says lady and then a clan name, we're 100% certain that's what her clan is. You know, Lady Liu, Yuan Chao's wife. I don't believe we know her name, of course. We just know that she didn't like the concubines. Which, you know, to a modern audience, reads normal for a second. You're like, oh yeah, of course, I mean, sure, why wouldn't there be jealousy, you know? And then you're like, she did what? Anyway, like I said, I was just reading it. She doesn't come off great there. Old Lady Liu. But, you know, if you're married to Yuan Chao, hardly a picnic all the time.
又赢了一次。
Wu Yi, you can join me.
请下命令。职责所在。
So let's see why they have that sex early. It is surprising. I guess maybe it's just that. I don't know. Well, if their cavalry hadn't been halfway pulled apart before they engaged, it is a 5 retinue fight against a 3 retinue fight, right? You know, because you have the garrison, and it was a fine garrison with armored crossbows. We didn't have really anything good at dealing with them, right? Besides a very limited amount of cavalry. We didn't have that many shields at all. Basically nobody shielded, so, you know. Of course we had Lu Bu, but the computer doesn't know who Lu Bu is, right? They don't know that. $46K, 51 out of taxation. You know, the money just rolls in. And Liu Xie becomes friends with the administrators that are, you know, the old guard, right? He Kui and Xu Shao. Xu Shao was the guy who we dropped because he kept giving food away to the peasants, so we had to get him out of our army because we were out of food, right? And that's when we picked up Jing Daorong. And the rest, as they say, is alternate history.
别把我惹毛了！上阵杀敌！
满怀信念，奋力一战。诸位
Zhang
举杯
Liao
相
with
庆
the
吧！
Phoenix's beak overhead, which is a scary weapon to give a sentinel, right? Of course, he doesn't get tenacity. He's got that resolve with the righteous, which is what you get if you have a stronger enemy. So you kind of always want him to be against one.
现在这里归我军所有了。
Lady Hu gets to level 9.
我已准备好作战了。
They're all over the place here, but now
力求上进，功名震天。
this army is to assist here.
拿起武器，燃遍天下。我军如有天助，气焰大盛。 此城甚善，先收下了。正气如火，熊熊不息。
Like industry, commerce. Feels strange to fight a city that doesn't have a garrison, or at least I know, right? Like, what are you guys even doing here? Speaking of, they're all running away.
保 保持原样。
We know from experience that they might all come and fight us here.
奋力一战，
No, accordingly, we will starve it out and we will bring the Lady Hu over for the delegate.
一统天下，
This will also have the benefit of having her over here. Yeah, because they can't get over... Well, though they could. But this has walls and they don't have... Yeah.
居安思危，未雨绸缪。
A way to do anything about it. We can go ahead and get Bulwark here. And get even more visibility. So much visibility.
拿起武器。今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。吾等大印必将降临此城。
平定天下，
The shields of Xiapi, which... If you're defending, they get 10% range damage, plus 10 morale, and 10 melee evasion. Oh, decent. They've got... Okay, they've got decent attack swing and 20 AP damage, so... Compared to regular archers, very, very punchy with a quick swing, and then they've got... Oh, only 4 ammos. These are Bombard, Explosive Arrow guys. Got it. And then I guess you run in and stab people when your 4 arrows are gone. Whoops. Okay, so these Marines also get the buff. These guys are good, right? These guys are really good. These guys are spear guards that have better evasion anyway and good AP damage. These guys are really good. Decent shields. And, yeah... And with this defending thing would become very, very solid characters indeed. Of course, we add like 12 AP damage or 10, but it's still on there, you know. Good for Nevin, right? When you could guarantee it, but here we just want to... Because she needs to get Imperialed up a little bit, right? Or at least, like, get a Juggernaut. And then... You know, the ceiling on Imperial Palace Crossbowmen is like twice as much damage as Chen Royal Guard. I kind of like having 1-1 because you can stiff the Royal Guard in the front with their shields, but... I also like the idea of just getting Imperial Palace Cavalry here for the punch. Because we've got all the other cavalry here. Yeah, we'll go double Juggernaut and the Palace Crossbows, you know, the Chen units can be left in the past for the Lady Hu. Oh, she is the Peacekeeper. We'll have to keep 1. And if we keep 1, then we need... Alright, yeah, we'll just go 1 Juggernaut. 1 Juggernaut. We need the 1 Peacekeeper, because we need 2 units of the Imperial ones there. Yeah, this is good. And if anybody tries a night battle, well, then they have to fight this army, which is, after all, very capable indeed. 47k. You know, back when Guoxia initially started tackling the problems of corruption, I honestly didn't think it would ever work. I said to myself, what's the point? It's never gonna happen. This place needs to go to level 9 so we can swap there. Yes. Convert here. It's like, aha, so you're gonna try to get through Chang'an? That's not gonna work. Y'all don't think that's gonna work, do you? But we're gonna wait an ambush on this road here. And hope that they try to lay siege to it. And then we can spring a trap upon them. He's trying every angle. You got to give him that much. Indeed, you know. And to his credit, well, I was like, he doesn't even try the river anymore. He's about to try the river again. He's going to realize when he makes landfall why he stopped trying the river. But, you know, he tried diplomacy. Tried all sorts of things. If the Koreans were better at moving across, then they could be quite a terror. Chen, the initiate commander. I mean, like, how are you really... How'd you get an ornament up here, bro? And the lady becomes Oathsworn with her children and with Huang. Hey, look at that. And with the prince, you know, they're... The whole Liu Xie is now Oathsworn with the lady who, you know, the whole party is together, and they all agree that they all think that each other is swell. Okay, they shouldn't be doing much of anything about it this time, right? But it's just like with the because they're always like going over the water, right? You know, it's like this is really not doing anything. But Yuan Chao is, you know, trying to make his way in because they go across, it takes them so long, and they run out of supplies along the way. I think even though this water doesn't tank supplies like most water does, you know, they just get over here and then before long. Because if it says controlled by, that's when you start losing your supplies. But I think here, they're just like bankrupt. Which is probably... Oh no, maybe they're not. Anyway. Could be a lot of effects though. Could be like the effects of the red building going next to them or whatever. But you know, they go up here and then get pushed away again. But still, you know, Yuan Chao, very far from where he should be worried about. Allied land. Ah, yeah, there you go. Because you don't... If you don't have all the special effects, the Allied land doesn't give you... Yeah. Long way indeed. Alright, well... Good stuff there. We're making 50k a turn almost, which is so good. It won't be long till we sort that out, and no, Yuan Shao's trying that angle. Ain't gonna work, but he's trying it.
此为苍生黎民之天下，非暴虐诸侯之天下。正在行进，保持原样，前进。力求上进，功名震天。
Dongbai hits level 3, gets flaming shot. Good, good, good. I assume it will give me this auto clean. Yes. Like after the absolute beatdown we laid on him.
攻无不克，战无不胜。
Xu Yi.
全杀掉，向
Gun.
人类报仇。
Zhang Yi. You know, if you'd be willing to join me,
杀干净，必留后患。
we would let you join me.
机不可失，时不再来。
Oh, Dong Li's is daughter of the tyrant, and then I just like, yeah. So they're only 6 years apart in game, but we don't know. You know, Dong Li might be older than that. Dong Bai, the child that we know as Dong Bai in the game, you know, was definitely as old as we have Dong Bai's age here, because that was like, you know, historically important that she was not as old as Dong Zhuo was acting like she was for purposes of honors and such. I know, shocking that Dong Zhuo would act inappropriately, but it is said that it happened. We'll persuade the gentry there. We'll get it rolling. Liu Dai, 71 years old, is just chilling. He's having a time, right? He likes it out here. Guerrilla of the Gorges. They have charge negate. Oh no, everyone in the army has it because of that guy. I'm like, they have charge negate? That's surprising. They don't have charge negate. Now they didn't suicidally charge a massive army. You'll turn secret on the opposite nation. Indeed. And you know, Liu Dai has been working for us for 10 years, you know. He was with Liu Biao for a bit, but, you know, that's to be expected-ish at the start of it. But, you know, he saw things our way. Oh, the Master Crafter. He's got the guy with the 2 oil and towers. We should give that to somebody else. Yeah, it's a little messy over there, but we see, you know, some of them are here.
拉弓之时需屏气凝神。
Like, we're just gonna force build that to get the reserve cap real quick. $54 reserves a turn. It's amazing how you can stack buildings. But hey, I mean, we have 88 million people living in China, in our part of China, and just in our ruled portion, not in all of it, just our China. Well, you know, the taxation has overtaken the tributaries. It feels so good. I honestly never thought it would happen. And we're making peasantry income work in a big way in this. And we haven't even turned the corner to making actual tax buildings, right? Which we'll do here now. But, I mean, 20k out of trade is nothing to scoff at either, especially considering that we haven't been targeting it. But, you know, you just build your stuff, you get your various things, then before long, there's more to go around. Alright, where do we... We just want to find places based on how much money they make and make sure that corruption reduction efforts are taking place in them. Can't send Zhuge Pian to do it though, because she's like, you know, the Emperor's wife. She's got to stay at home. There's our 22 assignments done. The harvest of 217, a very good year. And I remember about an hour ago that I was like, I'm going to leave so I can eat something. I'm even going to do it soon, but we're going to see what happens at the end turn, right? Right.
立刻群敌，折而不摧，为了天下苍生，力求上进。
And now the army of the elephant has met up with Sun Jian.
将士们需要休整。
He has given them little booties to wear, which makes them much more secure up here in the north. You might think they will get cold, but with the little booties on their feet, the elephants are fine. Just remember, give them little leg warmers, and then everything will be okay. Yes, I was gonna go eat. That's what we were doing. I just kept looking at stuff and, you know, my population, my pride. Like, does it say they're red and pop just because they aren't the actual cities and they're 500k? Yes. Guess that is what they say. Anyway.
Yes, time for food. And when we return... You know, more of this. No, we won't be playing this more tonight. I will be back tonight, probably streaming something. And whenever I figure out what it is, you'll figure it out too. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. It's the Han Empire, and they're all just living in it. You know, a great session where some feats of heroism were had. Really good battles, great defenses. Lu Bu trucking on folks. The Lady Hu becoming Oathsworn to all of her husband's old best friends. You know, the Prince Liu Ji getting into some brawls and, you know, coming into his own. It's all very good stuff. It's all very good stuff. We totally need a good shield for Jiao Chan, but we just gave it to Sima Yi. Does he deserve it more than her? Yeah. He's going with the Empress so he can have it. But anyway, that's all we got right now, I swear. Anyway, I'll be back, and in greater numbers. This is my favorite campaign ever. You know, by treating it so much more seriously from a narrative perspective than I normally treat a campaign, and by role-playing more heavily, really got a big reward out of it. But we also, you know, we're in a situation to do something, and that was good too. But... can't wait till I lay in bed at night and try to think about what to do here. Why can they have 8.5 million there and Liu Yong only gets 8? That is curious. But I'm not going to find out what it does. We'll be fine. Anyway. Time to go. I'll see you guys later. Minor, because it had 2 for the 500k and the 500k, and Liu Yong just has Hong Nong for the 500, so it's 7.5, and then... Okay, that makes sense. There you go. I was super confused by it, but now it does all make sense. All right, there you go. I am so proud of me. I'm so proud of Huang. You know, that dude is a beast. I already knew. You know, I knew when we got him to level 9 or 10, it would be crazy, but dude, oh man. Because when you have an Oathsworn in the army, right, and that extra 10%, going from 70 to 80, pretty nutty. And then, yeah, he's crazy. You don't need tenacity of steel on a sentinel that's allowed to carry an axe to get vanguard or champion weapons, which are rare, right? That's what Zhao Yun, Shi Huang, and Zhang Liao, those are the only ones that come to mind. There might be another one or two. But, you know, that huge evasion numbers with the I get all the big damage numbers, because there's a couple good sentinel weapons, but the best weapons aren't for them. If we gave him those stinking Avengers, but, you know, we gave those to Liu Chong. He deserves them. Anyway, I am I'm talking again. I need to go. I need to boil some water, you know, like a gentleman. I'm going to have some chicken ramen. Maruchan chicken ramen. Except no substitutes. Anyway, I'll be back later on tonight. We'll probably play, I don't know, Minecraft? I don't know. Plant some wheat? Maybe. Hard to say. Perhaps I'll see you there. Later, Luke. Later, LD. Later, Ironic. So good to see all of y'all. And hope you enjoyed. Later, Chase. And Nosa, I think you've been gone for a while now. But yes, I will see you guys later on.